you see myself and Roy Bixby and John Ishii and Gustavo and David Stewart. And if you see anyone else, then you've had too much to drink, because there are only 5 of us on here right now. So I'm going to put up a picture quick that was sent to me by Scubarazzi, and just to quickly wish everyone a happy 2024. And he was nice enough to send this to me the other day. It's not part of his photo repertoire for tonight. And I'll say hi to folks here in the chat while we have this New Year's message up on the screen. Joe Mansland will be in maybe later on. Hello to Long Rider. Hello to Terry. Ava, how are you, Ava? And Ava, you did not get your pictures in too late. Don't worry about that. Bob, our photos. Hello, Bob. Bob, I'll tell you, we got everybody. We have, I think we're going to set a new live stream record. Too bad Guinness Book of World Records hasn't been notified, because we have 80 images, 80 images to go through tonight. So this is going to be a very long night. I got to get up at 5:30 to get ready to take pictures with Bob. So Bob will probably be holding me up so I don't fall over and drop the camera. So that's probably how it's going to be. Jeff and Leslie's in. Robert's here. Luke, Albert, and good to see everybody coming in. We're at 21 people already. Hopefully, Maribel chimed in, and she's in Raleigh right now. So hello, Maribel. No, she did not leave Chuck. She's on a business venture through her employer, forced her to leave Chuck. Chuck is probably just eating soup every day. I don't know, Maribel. I hope you left him a lot of pre-prepared food, so Chuck doesn't lose any more weight while you're gone.
Well, I was talking to both of them the day before Maribel left, and I said that Chuck's probably getting ready for a 10-hour live stream. So if you shut her down early, Jeff, Chuck will be here to take over.
Hello, Chuck. How are you, my friend? I was joking with the guys in the green room before the show started. I did try to call you this afternoon, but I only let the phone ring 4 times because I know that you said you take naps in the afternoon. I didn't want to wake you up. So I let the phone ring 4 times and I hung up. So if you're wondering who that crazy person was that hung up just as you got to the phone, that was me.
It could have been me too. So he probably didn't get a good sleep with you phoning Jeff and me phoning and only letting it ring 4 times.
Yeah. Hello, Greg. Yes, you are on time, Greg. And Jim. Hello, Jim. Real Nikon lovers in here. And this is good. We're getting the numbers up. So I'm more than like, of course, I say this, what I say and what I do are sometimes 2 different things, but I'm not going to jump at trying to accept any images during the show tonight, because we have 80 of them. I think 80 is more than enough. And since I have to get up early to take pictures, I don't want the show to last till 3 in the morning. So we're gonna try to get through these images, by 1 o'clock or 1:15 a.m. And that's if we average 3 minutes a picture, which we know how well that works out. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I have some pretty lengthy commentary on some of the images that people sent in, so it could be a very, very long night. So one thing I want to bring up while everybody's here, I got to scroll ahead. I got a million things on my screen right now. Let me find it. Okay, this is something everybody should be excited about. Oops. You can get right now, I think until Monday, because I got the email on Friday and it said 4 days only. Nikon's got their refurb sale going on. So they have Z8 selling for $31.99 right now, refurb. And if you were hemming and hawing and you always wanted to get a Z9, Not only do they have the price knocked down, but they're taking an extra 10% off. So you can get a refurb Z9 for $4,049.
Wow.
That is a steal.
That is a deal.
That is a deal. So if you've been hemming and hawing about a Z9, you don't want to pay, $5,500 or whatever, you can get one for $4,049.
What does refurbish mean?
That means it could be a demo unit or something somebody brought back for repair, but Nikon goes through the whole thing probably more thoroughly than they do the camera when it's being made at the factory. They go through the whole thing. They change out anything they need to change. It will be a brand new camera. It will not be something that's got dings and dents or gouges in it or anything like that. It will look like you just got it out of the box.
Wow.
So that is a super good deal. So I wanted to throw that out there before we start the photo review. Let me see who else we got. Jeff and Leslie in here. Pharaoh Man is in here. And happy 2024 to everyone. We will get ready here to start with the images. I know Joe Man's Land commented in the beginning that he may be in later in the show. He's probably out having a meal right now. So what we will do is I will set up the screen here to show the first image, and I think it's prudent that we kick off 2024 with the somewhat world famous photo review. Hey, I'm going to build it up, baby, as much as I can. You get 80 images. Let me tell you, you guys taxed the heck out of me with me getting 80 images this week. You talk about, man, someone that was living on the computer. Holy moly! Let me tell you. So let me bring up.
Wow.
Okay. Now, I'm going to apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce Terry's last name. These first images are from Terry Kopulos. Hopefully I pronounced your last name correctly, Terry. If not, you could send me a nasty gram and tell me I screwed up. I could not for the life of me figure out what bird this was. Now there is a Australian ibis that has a black head.
Bin chicken.
I'm
serious.
What? And but I looked it up. I actually downloaded all the birds in Australia on my phone through the Merlin app, and Merlin's like a bird watching app, and you could take a picture of a bird and you could put it in and it'll tell you what kind of bird it is. But anyway, I could not find a picture of a bird like this. I found birds with a black head that were called Australian ibises, but not with the red of the bone structure underneath the wings like this. Okay. So he took this with this is a pretty shot. I mean, really nice, beautiful bird, interesting bird. He took this with a Z9 400 millimeter f5.6 at 1/2500th of a second. So this is the first image he sent in. So if anybody knows for sure, and if Terry's joining us, Terry, I see that you're in the chat. Can you type in what bird this is? Am I correct? Is it an Australian ibis or is it something else?
It's an ibis of some sort.
Or a stork. Jeff and Leslie are thinking maybe it's some kind of a stork, but it is cool. It is really cool, Terry. I mean, I really like it.
Ibis. Not the bin chicken then.
An ibis, yeah. That red underneath the wings is like stunning. Absolutely stunning. Wonderful, wonderful.
It's a piss.
But anyway, we'll go on to his next shot. And it's going to take a second to spool up here, as everything does. Hopefully it'll come up in a... I hate the delay with the... because all this stuff is on an external drive, and if you're not clicking through them fast, then it takes a while for them to show up. So this next shot that he took is called Dragon Head.
Wow.
And this was obviously he definitely, you know, has the buttery smooth water falling off the edges there. So he took this at
Time exposure.
he took it at a slow shutter speed for sure. He took it with a Z9 with 38 millimeter f11 for 1 minute. So 1 minute exposure.
That's a long time.
Beautiful. Really
Yes,
beautiful.
very, very nice. Very
He's very patient.
yes. And when I saw the title and the file names at dragonhead.jpg, I'm like, okay, this ought to be interesting. And sure enough, that rock formation certainly looks just like a dragon head. That's for sure.
Where is it? Did he say where it is?
No. Yeah, if you can let us know, Terry, where you
Dragonhead
got
is.
this image from.
Where's Google Earth when you need it?
Yeah. I'm glad he didn't get carried away with Photoshop and make flames come out of the mouth.
Now that's a thought.
But
Well, I've got a dragon with flames coming out of the mouth, but they're
Yeah.
real flames.
Melbourne. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I live in
Wonderful.
Melbourne. I don't recognise it. I must be getting old.
You're younger than I am, Roy.
Well, Roy, I'm
But-
sure he probably took the shot when you're not awake yet.
Probably. that's most of the time.
And so that's Terry's second shot. And Terry, you actually beat out my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos. Bob is usually the first one to sneak his photos into me, and you were first. And I just smiled and I said, Bob's actually got to wait for a few minutes before everybody sees his shot. So the next shot that Terry sent in is this is titled Mento Pier. Z9 35 millimeters f16 25-second exposure. Once again, you know, all that water is all milky and smooth as glass, and he made sure his horizon line is dead perfectly straight across too.
Very well done.
Yes, well done.
But the horizon line's not straight.
Yes,
Well,
it is.
it's about as close as you're going to get it.
It's close, but it's not, you know.
Wow. Very excellent. For sure.
Remember, David, the world is flat, right?
Well, it is south of the 49th, you know.
Yeah.
But up here we got a curve.
Up there, yeah.
If this is anything like we're going to see today, I need to get my hat to take my hat to many of you today. Wow.
Yes, this was a phenomenal selection of images that people sent in. I applaud you all. I mean, phenomenal way to start off 2024. I'll probably be writing out checks that say 2023 for a while. I'll probably screw that up, I'm sure.
Well,
So
Terry, these three images of yours that I saw were fantastic. Yeah.
He's got one more that he sent in.
That's pretty.
And these two, these are lime swallowtails, and obviously they're mating, or they appear to be mating. Z9 at 400 millimeters, f5.6, 1/25th of a second. Another wonderful image. Nice, beautiful color in the flower. I like how the yellow is nice and bright in there. I don't know if you brought up the yellow luminance at all and make it a little bit brighter, but it looks wonderful. Looks wonderful. If this is your normal work, Terry, and you actually make prints of these, I would imagine your whole house is just covered wall to wall with pictures. Or hopefully you're selling some of these and making a few dollars. But yeah, wonderful job. So then we're going to go to our next participant, which is Michael Dries, and we will bring up his first image. Give me a second here. So this is an this is an American magpie at Carson National Forest in New Mexico. So he got this with the Nikon Z8 with the 100 to 400 zoom lens at f4.5 at shooting it at f5.6, 1/1000th of a second. And he was at the 400 millimeter focal length when he captured this image.
Looks like a painting.
Yeah. I mean, I like how the barbed wire is so nice and sharp, and of course the post that the bird is on and the bird itself and everything else is just a nice, colorful, painterly effect. Wonderful, nice job. So there you go. For those that wonder if you have decent bokeh at f5.6, there you go. I don't think anybody would say that does not look really, really good, because it is. It is really, really good.
One of my favorite lenses. I love that lens.
I don't know. I haven't seen, unless you guys have. I have not seen Michael in the chat.
No.
So keep an eye out for him if he does show up. It's nice to be able to compliment somebody's work when he's actually here to hear you compliment his work.
Well, and Jeff, for many of us, sometimes our ideas don't work. So when it works, everybody deserves a thumbs up, correct?
Oh yeah. And we have a wonderful group of people that are nice enough to share with the rest of us. So this is his next shot.
Oh, I love it.
And this is obviously a raven, and this is in the petrified forest in Arizona. A Z8 with a 100 to 400. Once again, the 1 to 4 at f8, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 720. So his commentary with this photograph is this bird was hanging out on an overlook, possibly looking for a handout. Fortunately, having the 1 to 4, he was able to pull back for an environmental portrait showing the canyon in the background. He says, I was so close, I stopped down to f8 to make sure the entire bird was in focus. And he says he loves the close minimum focus distance of the 100 to 400.
Best feature of it.
Yeah.
And what's the difference between a raven and a crow?
Size.
Yeah, size and I don't, correct me guys if I'm wrong. Does a raven have more of a curved beak on the top than a crow?
Yeah, and it's heavy built, of course, significantly larger.
Yeah, larger. Yeah.
Ravens are far more impressive, for sure. But beautiful. I actually, out of the two photos, the fact that the background brings so much to the photo, correct?
Yeah.
Background's everything here.
Yeah. Whenever, I mean, that's something that's very easy to look past when you're doing. I mean, this is more of an environmental. To me, this is an environmental photo that happens to have a bird in it. But lots of times when you're taking a picture of a bird, people don't pay enough attention to their background, especially when they're, probably it's going to be blurry. I mean, sometimes the difference between a wow photo and an okay photo is just you walking 5 feet to the left or 5 feet to the right and changing your background. So it's just something that you want to think about.
And sometimes it's easy, even less than that. But I found that I can get closer to ravens than I can crows.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know why that is, but
they are bold. I think as Michael was indicating in his narrative here, sometimes the ravens harass you, right? These guys probably ask, "Hey, give me my food. You are here visiting. I'm part of the scenery."
So Wayne is in the chat, so say hi to Wayne. And Greg Wilson says, "I wonder if that's the same bird he shot 10 years ago."
Both of these birds are very smart, and they'll recognize people. And the magpies, they're almost the same way. And it's I've seen a magpie that got hit by a car, and it fell on the road, and it was on a busy street. Within 5 minutes, there were 15 more magpies there on the road with it, because the first one had died, and they hung around for about 10 or 15 minutes, and about 3 or 4 cars they'd come and go. But
I thought you were going to tell me the car hit the magpie, hit the raven, and the raven won.
No, well, that wouldn't surprise me. Those ravens, they're big, and they know what they can get away with.
Very smart birds.
Oh yeah.
That's same as a 4 or 5 year old child, I believe. Same intelligence.
That is absolutely true. And one proof of their intelligence is also the fact that they play. Correct. Sometimes you see them in the wild, but all the corvids, correct, from magpies to crows to ravens. Sometimes you see them playing. The young ones with a stick, and they pass it to one and the other. So they have a tremendous amount of intelligence.
Oh yeah, and they'll use tools too.
Exactly, and they can count. Correct. So people that photograph them in height, they know that they need to go before the sunrise, because if they know, and if there's 1 or 2 photographers, they know whether the high is occupied or not. And Roy, you have plenty of corvids there. Your magpie. I mean, we saw them what they were doing at your house.
They're always here. The ravens and magpies will eat at your hand here. Most Australian birds are very tame, as they're not afraid of people, especially the emus.
Exactly.
We're gonna go to his next image. We'll go to his third image here, and
okay.
So this is still in the petrified forest of Arizona. This is also with the Z8 with the 24-120 f4, one of my favorite lenses. This is at 43 millimeters f16. I got my glasses off. I can't read. 1/80th of a second, ISO 100. So this is the petrified. I'll tell you, it's hard to tell that's when you just look at it. It's hard to. Well, you could see some pieces laying there that are obviously pieces of tree, but yeah, you have to search for it. You got all those mounds in here, and it's all some cases it almost looks like somebody placed the petrified sections of the log in particular places, which I'd find that highly unlikely, but it's funny where they're located in the image.
There's a lot of heavy equipment in this picture too. So this could be a construction site.
I don't think so.
Still in the petrified logs.
Mm-hmm.
But very nice shot. And then the last image he sent in is a little different. So we will click on this.
Ah.
And he sent in a image of a wood duck at Taylor Lake, Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania. There you go, Bob. Bob from Bob Our Photos is from PA. He probably knows where Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania is. He took this with a Nikon D500 with the 500 PF lens at 5.6, f5.6, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 1250. So see, once again here, he takes advantage of no trees to break anything up. He's just focusing on probably the reflection of the trees in the background that are giving you that green color on the water, and he's using that, softening that up, and there you go. You got color in the picture, and you isolate the bird is the what stands out. He says this is one of his most satisfying wildlife images. He says he used his lens coat portable blind to stake out a position in a wooded cove where he'd seen activity on a regular basis. After a few hours, a male and female wood duck swam right up to his position, shot several images that he liked, but this was his favorite one. He says, I would have preferred the duck to be positioned a bit more to the right in the frame, but it still works. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, that you want it more right in the frame, you crop. If you can, if this is a full frame image, obviously you would not have had enough headroom there to crop it and move it over to the right very far. So, but no, it's nothing to complain about at all.
And this is a thing that are becoming very popular technique as well, in terms of having something in the foreground that is out of focus and produce a little bit of a haze, right? So, so very well done.
Yeah, you hit that one portion that would be in focus. And I mean, exactly. the head and the eye are tack sharp. Everything else really doesn't matter. You get the eye tack sharp, then everything else falls where it falls, and it's fine. So the next image is I got someone trying to get in. Maybe. Can't tell. Let me see. No. Okay, just checking. I heard a sound, so I wanted to make sure, because I can't see the part of the screen, guys. If anybody does come in the green room, I can't tell because I got everything overlapping on top of each other here in front of me.
Yeah, if we see something in the chat, we'll let you know.
Yeah, so if you see someone in the chat says, "Hey, I'm going to come on" or whatever, let me know. The next image here is from my friend Bob. From Bob Our Photos. Check out his channel if you have not. He has a really, really good train video on his channel right now. So if you like steam locomotives, go check it out because you'll really enjoy the video. So this is he's got 3 images. The first 3 images you're going to see are black crowned night heron, either the adult or the juveniles, taken with the Z8 with the 2 to 500 lens. This is at the Huntington Beach State Park in South Carolina, what we call the straight road. So this is the road that on one side of the road you have Mallard Pond, which is fresh water, and on the other side of the road you have Mullet Pond, which is the brackish water. So this is what we see when we walk on that what we call the straight road, which was the original road and the only road to get into the park many years ago. Eventually, they built that road and cut it through having a rain issue here. They cut in another road down the through what we call the causeway now, and that's now the only way to come into the park. And what was a road is now like a service road for them to drive around with their golf carts with their maintenance gear and their weed whackers and leaf blowers and stuff like that. So this is where he got this one, and so we'll move on to his next shot.
Let me go to the next shot, but I asked Bob a question about that. Is that photo recent or from last spring? Because that breeding, that night heron seems to be in breeding conditions. You see the red eye and the yellowish color. You can answer in the.
Yeah, Bob, you remember what the time frame was when you took those shots? Oh, he took them on August 24th of 2023.
Oh, okay. It's still in breeding. Wow.
So this is obviously a youngster, and it's nice when you get them, on those branches with the pine needles around them. And then he went further and got a close-up view.
Like the close-up
of one.
Mm-hmm.
Had a good hair day, looks like. Has more. Hey, the bird has more feathers than I have hair, right? Has more on its head than I do, so can't complain.
Goes for most of us.
Yeah. Nice job, Bob. And then to satisfy those who enjoy trains, Bob was nice enough to throw in a train photo here. This is the Southern Crescent train taken with the Z8 using the 24-120 f4 at the North Carolina Train Museum on September 27th of 2023. So the Southern Crescent operated from 1941 to 1970 by the Southern Railway from New York to New Orleans, pulling passenger cars.
Mm.
So if you're ever in North Carolina, this train museum is awesome to go to. I mean, it's just got a lot of interesting stuff in it, and it's not just trains. It has cars. It has trucks. It's got a lot of stuff in there. It's got an airplane that they're restoring. So it's very, very interesting museum, and out in the sticks. I mean, it's a bit of a drive depending on where you are in North Carolina, but we made the trip out there. We're glad we did. We had a good time. Now, Roy didn't remember what he had sent in, and I said, well, I found a bunch of stuff in my email, and maybe some of it is stuff that we showed before. I don't know. Maybe I didn't delete some of the emails he sent me, but in any case, you're going to get treated to 4 Roy Bixby images that he can choose to talk about.
Roy's getting old. He gets confused.
And he's old and confused, but here's... So this is I believe, the king parrot.
Rosella, I think.
Oh, nice, Roy.
Next.
Yeah. Colors are beautiful.
Colors are nice, so nice.
That's straight at camera. That's the way the birds look.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Very red. The king parrots are more orange.
Red is a tricky color to process sometimes, correct? You shot in RAW and JPEG.
Just I think I did this in JPEG just for the show.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm very lazy lately.
Nothing wrong with being lazy.
That's straight at the front door.
Well, I didn't want to say it, Roy. I was going to say you were probably on your deck or on your porch or something.
No, there's a bush just outside the front door, and they love it. He's always there, so it was just handy.
And this species, Roy, both the male and the female, are beautiful. It's not like
Yeah, they are.
yeah.
I think the females
Fantastic.
are not quite as colourful.
You see, Jeff, we're getting there. We're getting there with Roy.
Yes, we are. Sandra Paul just came into the chat, so hello to him. Drunk wedding photographers in here. Hello, how are you? And, so now we got Roy's next shot.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm actually doing a little better than I usually do this tonight. I must be.
That's just out. That's from the deck again. It's just Box Hill from about 10 kilometres away. Natural light.
Beautiful.
I'm too lazy to fix it.
It looks like the sun is in a little bowl. Correct? Beautiful.
The clouds are holding it up, I think.
Exactly. And this is the view of downtown that you get, correct? Right.
That's something I see every day.
Exactly.
Actually, I can see it now, except for the rain.
And that's a sunset or sunrise?
Sunset.
Sunset. Yeah.
Sunrise requires I get up early.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Now, Roy's next shot, I would gather that you took this one through a screen, or there's a screen,
Yes.
is what it looks like.
Yes, I did. It's such a rare bird, those black cockatoos, that it doesn't matter how good the picture is. He's rare, so he's there.
He's rare and he's there.
Those
Pretty
are
good
tricky
size.
process.
Pretty good sized bird, huh?
They are.
What is it, Roy?
It's a black cockatoo.
Wow.
The
Very
body.
rare.
It's about this. Sorry.
I know I wouldn't right now looking at him. I wouldn't want him trying to bite my finger.
They chew the trees around the house. I don't mind.
Finger would be gone, right? Finger would be gone.
And what lens did you use for that one, Roy? You?
Good question. I think I was still on the 100 macro.
Okay. Wow.
I was using that for something else, and he was just there. So
And then Roy snuck in an insect on us here.
Oh, beautiful.
I don't think the colours are right, but he's pretty.
Yes.
So is this one poisonous?
No, it's just a dragonfly.
Actually, you know the difference between dragonflies and damsel flies.
No idea.
Well, this is a damsel fly.
Okay. I stand corrected.
When they perch, of course they are related, correct? In families. When they perch, the damsel flies, they have their wings up and together, and the dragonflies, they have it on the side.
Have their wings out sideways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But beautiful colors, incredible colors.
I was looking for a flower, and there he was.
And that was with the 105 with the macro.
That's the 105 again. Yeah, I use that a lot.
I look at the other TV. Fantastic, right? I love it. The blue is so intense. Incredible.
And then now Roy's last shot that he sent in is a heart melter, because everybody loves this critter, and I don't even have to say what it is, because everybody's going to know what it is.
That's off a slide. I transferred that from a slide from long ago.
Okay. Great capture. Love the
Just
hair.
like a leaf.
But Roy, my wife was telling me that apparently these guys, with all that they are very pretty, they are not very clever compared with what we're discussing. Crow. Is that your opinion?
They're not. Koalas are not that smart, and they get very sharp claws. If they climb up you, you really know it.
Love the eye contact with
Mm.
wildlife photos. You have, the kind of looking at back at you. That always a winner. So
It was
Now,
just a
did
film.
you where did you actually get the shot from? Was it near your house
That was
or
a sanctuary. Yeah, I cheated.
okay?
Animal sanctuary.
And that's right behind you, right? Right near
Yeah,
you.
that's probably 15 k's away, 15
Okay.
clicks. But
the other interesting portion about the photo, Roy, and
mm,
you tell me, correct, is the fact that you didn't see the sometimes when you do portraits, certainly for animals and for people too, you don't have to show the entire face, correct?
no,
If you're focusing on the eye, it doesn't demerit the photo the fact that you chop the top of the head because your focus is on the
on the
face,
eyes, face.
on the
Yeah,
eye.
if his ears weren't so fluffy and interesting, I would have gone in even tighter.
Exactly. Great
So
portrait.
so let's see. Who was it? Yeah, real Nikon lover wants to know if that's a selfie.
Might as well be.
That's Roy when he hasn't shaved in a while.
And eating his salad.
So we move on to Luis sent in some wonderful shots as well as he always does. So we will jump to one of his.
Ooh.
So this is Toucan Sam from the Fruit Loops box. Just follow your nose; it always knows the flavor of fruit. Is that how it goes? I think. I'm dating myself by knowing that verbiage. He says keel build toucan from Costa Rica, Nikon Z9 with the 2 to 500 at 400 millimeters, f5.6, 1/800th of a second, ISO 3600 with plus 1/3 exposure comp. Yeah, I think everybody would love to have that hanging on their wall.
Yeah. Can you zoom in a little bit, or it's not possible? The the
Okay.
the beak of these toucan is amazing, correct? All the colors and textures and stuff, amazing.
Anything is possible. He's gonna.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it true? Is it true that birds are the only animals that can see colors, and other mammals cannot see colors, like dogs and elephants and stuff?
I think most primates can see colours, but not
Yeah.
dogs or cats.
Yeah.
What about
Well, dogs can see certain colors, but they don't have the same
the
They don't see.
capability as
rods?
a person.
Yeah,
They
I
don't
mean,
see red.
obviously birds can because they're these bright colors, but like four-legged animals and stuff, they don't see color, do they?
It's so first on birds, John. I'm sorry, I'm answering too many questions, but birds have different color sensors, correct? So
In
they
the
they
eye.
have inside the eye they have three type of rods, so they see at different frequencies. So if a bird will be looking at this, it will recognize different frequencies that we do, right? So that particular for most of birds, that's what they are, and the vision, expand a little bit into the infrareds, right? So they have an additional rod, and which is like having an additional cell for sensors, right? So, and remember the cameras, our sensors are made to see the human colors, correct? The birds will have a different colors. It will be color, but it will be even more colorful to us. If we were
Oh,
happy to have the perception.
Yeah, the caribou in the Arctic and in the north, they can see into the ultraviolet.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was just going to say there are some animals and birds and insects that could see UV light.
So we have
and some can
Sanji
see
here.
infrared.
We have
Yeah.
Sanji here, who obviously also study birds and complementing that. They have a different spectrum, so they because they have an additional rod, correct? They will see more tonalities in the natural spectrum and over a wider range. Now, and that even changed between the birds. The hummingbirds are even more different. I mean, they even have a more complicated eyesight than other birds. Right? Now, in the case of the mammals, which you asked, right? Remember, the mammals evolved for animals that were mostly nocturnal, right? So they have very sensitive eye, but they don't see that much, not all the colors, except on the primates, like we are part of the primates, who were diurnal, and therefore that's why we evolved to have color vision. But for many mammals, color vision is not that important because they tend to be crepuscular or at night. I think Jeff
television evolved to tell us what fruit we can eat that's ripe and what isn't.
Exactly, and that's one of the answers. And I think we have Sanji adding here and Jeff.
Yep. Birds can see in different spectrums of colors. Drunk wedding photographer says his hens are tetrachromatic, meaning they can see ultraviolet light, 100%. Deer family can see blues and some into UV. Fish also see colors.
But that's interesting, John, because again, obviously we made a sensor for the human vision. Okay, we didn't make a sensor for animals. We make a sensor that capture what we see. So one of these days I bring. I think they have a couple of books that explain how they look at the visual spectrum.
Well,
birds.
I think there's been some wildlife specials, whether it be on Netflix or National Geographic, where they have tried to capture the images from the perspective of the animals or the birds, and try to show you how they see the image versus how we see the image. So I think every once in a while you might catch a special where they actually are modifying a camera or did something, whether it be with filters or maybe they did it in post-processing or whatever, but they show you how things look from the perspective of the animal, which is really cool when they do that. Now, the second image that Luis sent in, not for the faint of heart, I suppose. So grab onto your seats.
Beautiful.
So he says, this is obviously a snake. He put in, it's a fer de lance, very dangerous snake, taken with a D7100 with a Tokina 100 millimeter lens, f11 at 1/160th of a second at ISO 400, and he used a flash with a diffuser on it.
That explains the shadow.
Yep. Very cool.
Good lens. Pity they're not Z compatible.
Obviously done at night with flash.
Yeah.
Photographing
Nice.
in the 3-liter. And this is a poisonous snake. I presume Luis can tell us which one. It's a type of viper. He has that extra, talking about sensor, he has that extra, he has the couple of extra sensorial things, correct? The one between the tongue and the eye, I don't think that's the nose. It's actually that thermoreceptor.
Yeah, nice and sharp. That eye is like looking right at you, man.
Beautiful
shot. So his third image that he sent in, we will bring that up here. This is, he said this was a Madeira firecrest from the Portuguese island of Madeira. Nikon D500 with the 2-500 at 400 millimeters, f6.3, 1/1600th of a second, ISO 5000. And you got that little sparkle in the eye, which is so nice too. And you can get that. You can get that without a flash. Everybody thinks you need a flash, and you You could get that sparkle in the eye depending on how the lighting is during the daytime as well. I mean, not a guarantee like it would be with a flash, but you could still get it.
Beautiful.
Always nice to see.
And the perch is nice and the posture, okay? Just slightly looking towards Luis. Very good, Luis.
Very good.
Hats off.
Mhm.
And now we're going to get into Anita Stewart shots. And Anita is still on an airplane, right, David? You haven't got her yet, I'm assuming?
Well, I am watching her flight, and there's problems people getting into Toronto tonight because they made it most of the way there. Then they're going around in circles for half an hour,
Yes.
and now she's finally below 20,000 feet. So anyway, she wouldn't make it home tonight because the flight from Toronto to Calgary was the last one in the day. So anyway, I know nothing about her photographs other than what is in the notes that you sent to
Well,
Jeff.
she sent me some pretty intensive notes, so I think we will be able to represent her thought process pretty well. She sent me a lot of information, so we'll throw up her first shot here, and so all the photos that you're going to see that Anita sent in were taken in Europe, and this first photo was taken at Steim am Rhine, Switzerland, on October 27th of 2017. It says it's a very quaint village, offers many photographic opportunities. She used her older D600 on that trip. She said she spent 3 weeks in Croatia, then a week in Germany, including a day trip to Switzerland, and she was not willing to have her good camera stolen. Taken with the 24 to 70 f2.8 at 24 millimeters, 1/160th of a second at f9, ISO 200. And then she notes that all the subsequent photos you're going to see were also taken in June of 2022. And I'll get into what lens she used when we go to the next image. But that's nice. It's nice when the clouds actually add some drama to the photo, is it not?
So yeah, I think John is somewhat stuck at the backstage, or check if he's in the waiting room.
Oh, he's stuck, huh?
Yeah, but he tried to come in.
Okay, John, we got you. I hope we got you. I don't see you though. No, I got you, and you went. There you go. Maybe.
Very dark. Tell him to turn the light on.
Yeah, there's no image of you, John. I mean, your name is up on the screen, but there's no image of you.
Nice sky, Anita.
Must be
Yeah,
having.
she was on a boat tour, so she didn't have much. She couldn't pick her time of day to shoot
Try
these.
again. There we go. There we go. We got him back.
Yeah, I'm getting drop connection for some reason.
Yeah, we got you back. That's good.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful landscape.
Yes, I'm quite jealous of anyone that can go to places like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never see it, so I always make a comment when people send in images like this, and I'm living vicariously through you, because I'll probably never have the opportunity to do that. So I love seeing shots like this. Did I lose John again?
I think it's internet is dropping.
Yeah, I keep losing him here. I keep hearing a beep, and he's gone. And then I try to bring him back.
Back.
We'll keep bringing you back, John.
I'll just do Wi-Fi. See if that's any better.
Okay.
Somehow drop connection.
So we'll bring up Anita's next shot.
Where was this again?
Well, let me go back. The last shot here was in
that one.
the shot here was in at Stein am Rhein in Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
So this was in
Cool.
Switzerland, and then her next shot.
Oh,
The
beautiful. Looks like a
next
painting.
shot, she used the Z6 and the 24 to 70 Z lens f4 Z lens. This was in Amsterdam, Netherlands. This was 30 millimeters, 1/160th of a second, f11, ISO 400. Yeah, you see this and you really feel like you're there, you know.
Yeah.
And,
Anita must have been in one of those bridges. Okay, so he probably took that one from like the bridge that you see in the far. She probably in another one of those bridges in the intersection.
yeah,
Beautiful image, Anita. Like
Well-
the framing of the sky with the trees.
She'll get to see this tomorrow on the replay.
Exactly.
Yeah, it started off at 50 minutes, so we know where to start viewing.
well, you know what's nice about shots like this from Europe and whatnot is obviously the architecture is so much different than anything, is so much older than anything you're going to see in the United States. So when you get to see these old buildings, the architectural is fantastic, really beautiful.
Oh,
I'd love to do that.
it kind of looks like Spokane, Washington, Jeff.
You know, I'd hate to be the one. I'd hate to be the one that has to go up and work on those roofs, though. Look how, man, look how. I don't know how you'd work on a roof up there. That
Not
would be
me.
scary. No, not me either, man. Wow. Especially in the
And
foreground.
And Jeffrey, and that's probably natural slate, so won't be slippery like crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
and
it looks like a watercolor.
with the slate, you have to turn it over about every 50 or 20 to 50 years because it curls. Yeah. And
Wow.
Who took this picture?
Anita,
Anita.
Anita.
it's not mine. I don't go over to that part of Europe.
Maybe you should.
Oh,
Springtime.
Yeah.
David is only allowed in Scotland. It's not allowed in the Netherlands.
oh yeah.
Hey, David only goes where you can wear a kilt.
Exactly.
Yeah, except for Yellowknife, it's going to be cold in the end of this one.
No, that's an idea, Jeffrey. Photo shoot of David Stewart in the kilt and the bagpipes. Oh man, that'll rock.
I challenged him to take videos of when he does his Scottish country dancing,
Yeah.
and share it with everyone, but he's afraid, I think, that we're going to pick on him too much, so I don't blame him. He doesn't want to share it.
I'll supply the haggis.
So the next image that Anita sent in, another wonderful image.
Oh wow,
This
beautiful
was
framing.
in Passau, Bavaria, Germany. 54 millimeters, 1/160th of a second at f11, ISO 200. Now she notes that she had to climb 160 stairs to get this view of the city. 160 stairs.
Wow,
to
the
get that
framing is
shot.
beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
I like the pastel colors of the buildings too. You know, you got some that are like look like they're a little pinkish, some that are slightly yellow. Kind
It
of
looks
neat,
like some processing.
you know.
Anita doesn't do all that much when it comes to processing. You know, her colors are the way she sees them.
That's amazing, the colours.
Yeah. I
Wish
mean,
I
that's
could
what
get that all the time.
And Anita also proved that the best spend money is on traveling, correct? Rather than buying equipment, get the equipment and go.
Yeah, take what you got and get out of Dodge and go somewhere
Exactly.
you've never been before and take some shots.
I think it's actually a combination, Gustavo. You got to have decent equipment to go do this. But that being said, I've got a friend of mine. It's amazing what he does with his cell phone. So yeah.
Now, if you think all the shots that she just took blow you away, wait till you see her last image here, which was taken in Budapest, Hungary, and I'll bring that
I've
one
been
up
there.
now.
Wow.
That's lovely.
So this was
Okay, Anita.
24 millimeters, 1/60th of a second at f9 ISO 200. That's quite a shot, isn't it? That would be. I'm surprised that someone in that country doesn't want this picture hanging up in a official government building or something. I mean, I would think that they would love to have a super large version of this print hanging in their hallway for people to see. Wonderful shot.
I was there one time.
Well, I must confess, she did a little bit of work to the sky in this picture.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah. Provided no sky replacement, I'm all for it. But it's beautiful, Anita.
Yeah.
And David, I now you understand you are Anita's assistant, correct? When you travel.
We're into different genres.
Exactly.
Yeah. This stuff she does, a lot of the other stuff I do. So.
And what do you do, David? Just say, hey, let's go.
She's
you finished? You ready? Let's go. I'm hungry.
She drags me to Europe. So we're heading that way in February. So. But she still hasn't landed in Toronto. You're getting in an awful lot of extra air miles. So on an hour and a half flight, she's been in the air for 3 hours.
Where's she coming from?
I go Charlottetown to Toronto. And then she's going from Toronto to Calgary.
Oh, I see.
So she missed her flight to Calgary.
Weather, huh?
Well, something anyway. So I expect as soon as she lands, my phone is gonna be ringing off the hook. So
you got to go to the airport and fetch her, right?
Well, I'm not going to Toronto to fetch her. I'm going to wait till she gets to Calgary.
Well, I mean, you got to go to the airport to fetch her.
Yeah, but if she was on time, it'd be midnight here, and the show should be over by then. Unless Jeff goes for a while, but Chuck is here and Maribel is away, so Chuck's good for 10 hours.
Yeah, well, you can always dream, David.
I'm not good for 10 hours.
So we're going to bring up our next contestant on The Price is Right is Jeff Sluter.
Down.
Come on down.
Okay, what do you got, Bob?
So this is Jeff from Jeff and Leslie. And this is a yellow-bellied sapsucker. He's not sure. It's either a female, he says, or an immature bird. All three shots that you're going to see, this shot included, were taken with the Canon EOS R7 and the Canon 100 to 500 millimeter zoom lens. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a yellow-bellied sapsucker, to be honest with you.
Me neither. I just heard the term.
I've seen other birds that have yellow bellies, but not a sapsucker. That's cool.
Beautiful. Love those.
I like the lichen on the tree bark, the green. I like the green. So his next shot that he sent in, let me move some things around here. There you go, muskrat.
Okay.
Look at the claws on it. All right, I guess you don't want to tick off a muskrat. It would not
Well,
appear.
I'd rather tick off a muskrat than a beaver.
That's true.
And their fur is nice and soft. It's much softer than the beaver fur. So I've got a muskrat hat, and man, is it ever nice.
Now, not being a muskrat expert, I'm assuming the tail is not shaped anything like a beaver's tail.
No.
It's just a regular round tail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they're smaller.
Yeah, that was my guess. I guessed right. Oh, I won a star today. I guessed right.
But you have muskrat there in the Carolinas, correct, Jeff?
Well, I have not frequented areas in which I've seen any. Let's put it that way. I'm sure we do, but I have not seen any yet. I have to. Get out.
It always makes you have a double. When you see one, you always have to, depending on the distance, is it seeing a beaver or a rat or a baby or muskrat? Because they are not like a rat. It's a lot bigger than a house rat. Right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Beautiful, excellent.
Yeah.
I love those kind of hidden pictures, Jeff.
Yeah, and the fact that you got the. Now here's and okay, so here you go. He's got the eye and the nose and the claws are tack sharp, and the camera didn't get fooled and focus on that branch, in the foreground. It did a good job. He got it nice and sharp. His last image that he sent in, let me find it here, is of a belted kingfisher, a male, and he says probably not the best image I've submitted for the reviews, but it's the hand dealt for December in Kentucky, and it will be coming up in a second. My hard drive is spooling away here. There it comes.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that shot. You gotta wait for it to turn its head,
Was saying, Jeff, that the nemesis of many photographers, including me.
Yeah, you sit there and you wait and wait. You sit there for 10 minutes. It's because it's looking, with its head, back of its head towards you, and you sit there and you keep your finger on the button and you're waiting, and you go, you sit there and you mutter to yourself, turn your head, turn your head, turn your head, turn your head.
And then he fly away.
Yeah, then he flies away. Yeah.
Great, Jeff and Leslie.
Cash says green pigeon, according to Z Wade. Yeah, I was hoping Z Wade would stop in. I mean, I don't know if any of you went on his live stream. Was less than a week ago, but it was good to see him on again. So Jim Eads, real Nikon lover, sent me a few images. Now he sent me some other images that I wasn't sure if he wanted them in the photo review or not. So I'm going to apologize if I don't show some images, Jim, that you wanted me to show. Because sometimes Jim sends me images, just to show me some images, so I wasn't sure what was for the show and what wasn't for the show. But I liked what he did with this image. I found it really, really cute. My wife got a kick out of it as well. They'll be coming up in a second here. Come on, hard drive. Rock and roll. Come on. I forgot to feed the mouse. So he modified the paint job on the truck here to add some lettering. No Bird Too Fast. I fell off my butt on that one. I was laughing so hard, as seen on YouTube. So this was very funny. Jim collects a lot of models of cars, trucks, whatever. I have only a few. I have a few, but he has, I think, quite a collection of. So in addition to spending money on camera gear, he's spending money on model cars and trucks. So thank you, Jim. I had a good laugh over this image. I appreciate you taking the time to go and put lettering and everything on it. That's really nice. If you want to like drive a real one to me and leave it with me, I would accept it.
Beautiful. And that he told us last time that he's using his 105 for a lot of these captures, correct, Jim? Love the reflection.
Yeah,
too.
he didn't specify the lens that he used, so I'm not sure.
That's
No, he
interesting from Scubarazzi. What type of lighting did he use? Artificial or natural?
He says it's a 1/18 scale die-cast metal model. He does a lot of photo stacking, and he says 40 stacked images in the photo.
Wow.
Hey.
Yeah, and he is saying it's the 105 millimeter on that image. Now the next shot he sent me, I appreciated because he made a comment that obviously many people on the panel, you know, whether it be Chuck with his cat or me with their dog or Randall, you know, lots of times is showing his dogs, you know, from his 20 other cameras he has pointing in his house. So he thought he'd send his dog Clary and had Clary pose for this Saturday night group with the Z 24-120 lens and the SB 800 flash on a Z9.
Okay.
The dog seems very content and kind of like looking at you, Jim, like, why are you taking my picture?
Exactly.
Oh, you know, everybody loves pet pictures.
It's a winner for sure.
I mean, I'm sure, you know, it's funny. I'm sure there'd be, I don't know that we have one down here where I live, but I mean, some parts of the country, you have people that make some decent money, you know, driving to people's houses, taking pictures of their pets and selling prints of the pets. They do pretty good. Now, unfortunately, has Joey come back in the has Joey Hubbard come back into the chat? Have you noticed?
No, nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Okay.
And Bob is leaving.
Bob's leaving. Okay, Bob, take care. Thanks for sending in the images as always, my friend. And we will be shooting with you tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get something good. We'll see.
Well, at least one of the two should be awake tomorrow to drive. So.
Well, we're meeting somewhere, so if he's there and I'm not, we'll know what happened to me. He's smart. He's going to bed. I'm not so smart. I'm staying up.
Yeah, I got enough.
I hope Bob is driving.
No. We're meeting at a common place, so I'm driving myself. So we'll see how that goes. Joey sent us in a handful of images here, and unfortunately, since he's not here to discuss them, so all I can do is show you the images. He did not provide any settings that he had with his camera gear. So we're just going to enjoy the images. So we'll put up his first image.
Okay.
That looks like Banff.
Exactly. I like the flagpole with a little grizzly paw.
I was going to say that looks like a bear paw. Yeah.
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 So David, is this kind of main street in Banff?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started to stay out of Banff lately because it's too touristy. But then again, I'm going to be there for 3 nights this month too. So, but they don't spend much time in the city. It's mostly to get out and around. But they got lovely scenery, and this is a normal crowd. Or actually, this crowd's a bit light.
Yeah, it looks like remnants of maybe chemicals to melt the snow or something on the sidewalk and on the road there. Yeah, I like the mountains in the background are really nice.
This one has like a film look. I don't know whether this is a film photo or it's processed to look like film. We need to ask him.
Yeah. Well, if he comes on later, we'll have to take some notes here and then badger him when he shows up. So I'll put up.
He sold off most of his Nikon gear, so that could be part of the reason.
No.
So here's his next image. I like the tree. Boy, those trees almost look perfectly straight, don't they? I mean, I see a few that are tilted, but for the most part, they're pretty doggone straight. The ones in the background. Oh, my dog is active here. Hello, Patches. Yeah, you want to say hi to everybody, I'm sure, huh? You don't do that anymore. She doesn't like getting picked up a lot. Maybe once or twice a day she lets me pick her up. So his next image, we'll put that up here. I like that with the clouds there coming in left to right.
Mm.
Yeah, we'll have that when he
open water.
Yeah. I think the hole in the ice is where the UFO crashed.
Nice. I love it.
Yes. Yeah, I like it. Yep. And then he's got 3 more here. You see what's kind of weird is on the top windows of that building, you have, looks like purple, on the glass, purple color.
Yeah, your screen is bigger than ours, so you can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All these have that kind of film look, correct?
Yeah.
And then he sent in 2 more.
Well, I got the Calgary Tower. That's the mandatory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not wrong today.
Mm-hmm. It can't have a bunch of pictures of Calgary without having the tower in at least one.
Exactly.
At least he's on the protective side of that concrete wall, so he doesn't get taken out by the bus.
Yeah, that's Center Street on the bridge where he took this one.
And then his last shot has to be, from one of his little high up shots with his drone.
Yeah, there's the Calgary Tower again.
Yeah, almost in the middle. I'm sure this is multiple images stitched together.
His panel. But the processing that he used here in all this is, we need to ask him, but it's different to what he had shown before. So
Yeah.
he's experimenting with some colors, which is great.
Is there specific stitching software, or is that something that people normally do in Photoshop?
He was using something different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I didn't really pay attention to the name. I just know it's different.
Yeah.
What he can do on his drone is he can rotate the camera, so he can shoot a bunch of portraits or portrait shots and put them together.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So the camera automatically overlaps each shot a little bit, I'm assuming.
Well, I don't know if you do that, or I always do it manually, and I always have minimum of a 70% overlap, and that way, if you lose a frame, you don't lose your panorama.
So David, if you know here the layout, I think Joy live on one side. This is obviously from the other side of the Bow River, correct? But did he live
from the north? This
Okay.
is looking south.
But that's not where he lived, correct? So he had to fly off from where he lived.
No, what he probably did for this is he walked over there, had the drone take off, take the bunch of pictures, and get the drone down.
Okay.
Yeah, because even though his drone is sub 250, there's too many airports right there. There's one in the picture, and there's a second one off to the right, and in the international is just to the north of there.
Okay.
So it's one of those things you want to be up and down fast.
Risky? He's being risky, you say? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
yeah, I know. Bob has a drone, but he doesn't use it anymore. I mean, we both live basically in the flight path of airplanes landing at the Myrtle Beach airport. So you really don't have anywhere around where we are where we could legally fly anything. Although there are people that show images that darn well they shouldn't be taken, and they haven't been arrested yet apparently because they're still doing it. But
it's the last time that I applied for a permit to fly. I got it in 5 seconds, but I'm using a different drone and I've got a different license than he does. So I'd have to talk to him to see how he did it, but you can do a lot with your sub 250. Sometimes it's easier to fly it than the ones that are heavier. That's why I have two, one lighter, one heavier.
So Scubarazzi's saying DJI drones could do it automatically. There's several panorama modes in the drone, and I don't know what model that Joey has. To be honest with you, I don't recall. The next images coming up are from one of our panelists, another one of our panelists here, and I have all his narrative material, so he can let me know if he wants me to read it or if he has it in front of him, and he can do it. And that's our friend Gustavo. So we're going to start with his first image here that he called Rolling Fog at Point Sur. So do you want to narrate, my friend, or do you want me to read what you sent me?
No, that's okay. I don't remember what I sent you, but that's okay. So so we were we wanted to capture on the rolling fog coming into the land from the Pacific, right? And stop there looking at this. It's called Point Sur. This is a naval peninsula, and then we waited for a little while until it came. So I decided to process black and white because in order to emphasize the fog, but also because the front side is very green with nice colors. But I think it worked better in black and white. And I know you guys like the landscape sometimes, so not that many animals.
Now to the far right of the land there, is that a lighthouse in the corner?
Yes, I took some close up of the lighthouse as well in vertical, which I didn't show on this here today, but you can see because this is like a little peninsula. You see there is beach on both sides of this area, so you can see the fog is rolling actually from the for what it looks like right side.
Correct. So that landmass then that's in the foreground, is that sometimes literally underwater or no?
No.
Okay.
No, it's all this area is kind of that portion there of Big Sur restricted because that area still is a reserve, but it's also a naval facility. So they have some radars and stuff in that called Point Sur.
I like the road cutting that you can see the road on the left hand side cutting right into the the landmass, pretty on the mountain there.
Wish I could go there.
What's that?
It will be nice to drive that road around and get to the.
Can you or no? Or is it blocked? You're not allowed.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. Okay.
Again, taken with the 24 to 120.
So if you go on that road at all, then they're there to greet you. I take it, huh?
Exactly. They're waiting for you.
They're waiting for you, and you go, "Oh, I thought this was where." You lie. You say, "This is where I thought they filmed Close Encounters of the Third Kind."
but that, I mean, for the friends here that we have from California, Jim and Greg, I mean, they see this phenomenon of the fog coming in from the Pacific and eventually getting into the land is fabulous.
So we're gonna move on to Gustavo's second entry here, and let him talk about this one. This is not he did not take a picture of me laying on the beach. That's not me. I'm just letting you know.
Exactly. Yeah. Not the most photogenic animal, but I went specifically to photograph these guys. Right? I wanted to see. This is when the northern elephant seals get to Piedras Blancas, which is a area there where you can watch them. These are the beach masters that take possession of the beach there for a little while. And very early in the morning, I was the only one there, and I took this picture. It took a lot of pictures, but this one that I like. You can see all the scars of the battles between the males trying to defend. So
now, they could be very aggressive. I mean, how close were you? I mean, it didn't seem to care you were there, or did it kind of like?
they don't care about you. We are behind a boardwalk, correct? That has a
Okay.
little. So you are a little bit elevated where they are in the actual beach, but you are not that far. They don't care. I mean, this guy weighed probably 2 tons. Okay, it's actually even with the immature males. Okay, they don't care. I on the 3-4 days that I was there in the morning, only one time a big guy show up, and then you can see these guys can move fast. But I think it was this year a little bit too early for seeing more of the fights. But when the fights is spectacular. But he's already taking position there, right there in early December, and this is close to Hearst Castle. I think Jim probably have passed through there multiple times. But you can see all they develop all the carrying tissue there by the neck, correct? Because when they fight with each other. Not the prettiest animal, but pretty interesting.
No, but they're interesting. And and
Yeah.
I guarantee you, if you were on the beach itself, that might have been a different story in terms of how it
Exactly.
reacted to you. It may have seen you as a threat if you were actually on the sand.
Exactly.
Then we'd be telling a different story about this picture.
Yeah.
We'll say that was the last shot Gustavo ever got, but we're sharing it with you. So this next shot coming up is well, they're all great shots, obviously, but this one's like, okay, the real deal. This is not at SeaWorld, baby. This is in the wild. This is in the wild.
Exactly. So this is the killer whale, the orca, there in one of our 2 outings. I mentioned the other day I chose some photos, but this is kind of the photo when he emerged again, taken with the 100 to 400 that we were talking about, correct? Which is the ideal length for that circumstance here. And that day we have beautiful encounter with these guys, and this is a younger male. He has developed already the large fin in the top, and I was quite pleased. So I actually, Jeff, for one of the upcoming get together, I actually put a little bit of a presentation, because one thing that I did that's interesting, I found a resource, a PDF that allows you to identify all the different orcas that are in the Monterey area. So I know now the name or the Domba that correspond to this and the family. So there is a little bit more story with this, but I showed that in one of the upcoming meetings. I already put the presentation.
Okay. Now, did they? I mean, obviously they're usually in groups. They're in pods.
Exactly.
Was there any point in time where they got a little bit too interested in the boat?
No. They actually, and I tell that when we do when I send you the presentation first. I already finished it yesterday, but there were 3 on this group, correct? They were rushing all the way to join the rest of the matrilineal group, which is the pod, because they were hunting a whale, correct? So there were three orcas of these that were basically going fast, trying to join the other group. We didn't see the action with the whale by the time we arrived, but you will see it down next time. But I was.
So you're leaving everybody with a teaser. That's
Of
what you're doing.
course. Of course.
So you got to add a little drama here.
But I love it. I mean, this was taking a 1/3200 of a second, correct? Obviously, trying to compensate for the boat movement, handheld. But again, but I always say the technology, correct? It's this is what we can do, correct, with the technology.
Yeah.
And this was taken with the 100 to 400 at 100. So I had to zoom completely as much as I could, because it was basically he was trying to ride the weight of the boat as the boat was heading in the same direction.
Okay. So it's all right. So it's following the wake, traveling in the wake of the boat.
Exactly. Which typically you cannot get that close. They have to stay away at least 100 yards, But if the orcas or the other whales come to the boat, then it's okay. We talk about that next time. Now the next one is a photo that I did that I was really pleased to take.
The next one, if you have small children and it's time to tell them to go brush their teeth,
Exactly.
because they may not like the teeth that they're going to see in this one.
So I wrote to Jeff here that you know, and I know Jeff and Leslie had photographed otters before, both the sea otters and the you know, the river otters. They are
John's
beautiful.
taking off, everybody. So John, go have your lunch, and you can always stop back afterwards, see if we're still here if you have time. But have a good lunch.
Okay, you guys, have fun.
Take care.
Get some good rest, Jeffrey. Okay.
Oh, I'm not
Don't
counting
want
on it.
Don't want you passing out on the. Where are you going?
I'm not going real far. I'm just going down this. Well, I'm going to 2 spots down near the state park.
Oh, okay.
Probably about 30 minutes away from my house. So hopefully I'll just. I don't drink coffee, so I'll probably have to have a Coca-Cola instead.
Okay, you guys, take care. See you next week.
Take care. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
So as I was saying, they are they look cuddly and they are beautiful, but during their mating rituals are very brutal. Correct? They are. So this is actually a pair of otter mating, right? And during the mating, there is all this movement. You can see here and they bite each other in the nose. Correct. So this is probably a male biting the female as they mate. Correct. But this is not only one way. Later on this sequence, I saw the other one, the one that has more of a yellowish color head, biting the other guy. So it's a rough love between these guys, but it can be quite an event. This actually was taken with a 600 millimeter PF, so I was very pleased that it came, and I like it. Again, this was pure luck. Didn't have to be crop at all, and I like the fact that you see the tail and a little bit of water coming out of the tail. So I was this one is one that I really like to take, although it's a tough one to watch. Correct?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm impressed by how sharp those teeth look.
Oh, they are. Well, that's what's
the bottom part of the teeth look a lot like what you'd have with a dog.
Exactly. No, it's
the bottom part of the jawline looks a lot like a dog.
Except that each canine is this big,
Yeah.
They open all these seashells and now they are ferocious, these animals. But indeed, their mating behavior, I mean, is incredibly, to our perception, is incredibly brutal. Okay, but on the other one is beautiful. It's like a dance, and because they are rolling over, you can see here the water. Correct. So again, this is where the 20 frames per second pay. Okay, so you can catch the crucial moment here. So I was happy with this, and it turned out to be good light for all that afternoon. I was fighting the light because and actually I switched the lens because it was a mother with a baby, and the mother of the baby left, and I couldn't get a good photo. And these guys started to mate, and then they gave me about 5 minutes of all this commotion.
So you're trying to not tell us you're a voyeur?
Well, that's what we are, nature photographer.
It's all part of
the natural world.
all
Yeah.
part of the deal. It's all part of the deal, man, right? So thank you so much for your images, Gustavo, as always. The next few coming up are from a guy I used to work with in Connecticut many years ago, Robert Rosado. And before I show the first image, I'll give you his background introduction to the photos that you're going to see. So he says the theme of the photos that you're going to see is fog. So the day after Christmas, he says we were socked in with some heavy fog for the majority of the day in Connecticut. So he went out to a few different places around the area to see what he could capture. And of course, he's talking to me in this. He says, I'm sure you're likely familiar with these spots. Got a later start than he was planning in that morning. Went to Newgate Prison, McLean Game Refuge, Saville Dam, Enders Falls, the Granby Oak, and a barn next to it that he wanted to photograph for a while. And then finished the day with some nighttime street photography shots in Windsor and West Hartford centers. And he's not showing like all those pictures that he took, because he took a ton of them, but he sent us quite a few here. So we'll put up the first one. And he says the daytime shots were taken with the Z9, and the nighttime street shots that you'll see subsequently were taken with the ZF that he just got 3 weeks ago. He's only used the ZF with manual lenses of Voigtlander 50 millimeter f2 Apo lamp bar Z mount, which I hear is a fantastic lens, along with the 40 millimeter Voigtlander Ultron F mount and a Nikkor 28 f2.8 AIS. So this is Saville Dam. Fog gets lifted at the altitude he was at, and the sun was poking through, but there were some wisps of fog still in the hills in the background. The water in the reservoir is very still, able to get an almost perfect reflection of the gatehouse. Taken with the Z9 with the 24-120 f4 at 120 millimeters, 1/60th of a second, f6.3, ISO 64. So pretty darn good that he was able to take that shot at ISO 64. As far as I know, handheld as well. So that's a very good job. I'll put up his next image is this is of what they call the Granby Oak. Okay, he says this is hard to photograph because it's so big, and unfortunately it's right on the edge of the road, which makes it hard to get pictures of it. You can't back up far enough. It's a 450-year-old tree. But he says it's starting to succumb to its battle scars. Lost a couple large branches along the back of the tree, and a large one that overhung the road during an October blizzard that they had in 2011. So he says we lost about 30 to 40% of the canopy of this tree. So he's plus another large branch on the right-hand side that has a huge crack in it that'll probably snap off soon, he says. So the tree's probably not going to have a lot more years left, but it's kind of neat that he was able to get it while it's still there. Z9 with the 24-120 f4 at 28 millimeters, 30th of a second, f7.1, ISO 64.
And love the fog.
Well, he's telling me that he's correcting me and saying that the Z9 images were taken with a tripod. Oh, come on, Robert. You could have just, I was, building you up, baby. You didn't have to say that. Building you up. So his next image.
Maybe he had the tripod under his arm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you were carrying the tripod, right? Right, Robert? You were carrying it. You weren't using it. So it says this barn is just down the road from that Granby Oak in the previous shot. You can see the white fence in the background in that previous photo. Every time he's driven past, he thought this would be a great image at golden hour, but never got around to getting it before. But it looks pretty good in the fog as well. So once again, the Z9 with the 24 to 120 f4, 77 millimeter with a slight crop, 1/20th of a second at f7.1. Once again, ISO 64. Hey, keep that dynamic range going, buddy. I like that. These are the shots, Robert. These are the shots that I miss that I can't really get down here. I mean, I have to drive pretty far away to get any kind of, barn shots or anything like that. So I do miss that. I didn't have to go very far in Connecticut to find a good barn or a silo to get a shot of. So I do miss that about Connecticut. Not a lot, but I do miss that. His next image here coming up is this is a shot of in the center of Windsor, Connecticut. Just obviously focusing in on the foreground element of the water fountain and letting the Christmas lights that are wrapped around the lampposts there just turn into wonderful little bokeh balls of color. So I really like this. I really like this shot. This is different.
Simple and beautiful.
Yes. So he was trying to find a foreground subject with the lights in the background to see how the bokeh would come out. And this was with that Voigtlander 50 millimeter f2 Apo Lanthar lens, 1/30th of a second at f2, ISO 800 handheld. This is with the ZF as well. This is with the Nikon ZF. So, I mean, the camera performs excellent, folks. I mean, I know that there are those that did not want that camera to come out, and but let me tell you, if you've never used it, it's a great little camera. Robert, I got one as well, and you're going to enjoy using it. And it's great, and it's great in low light and low noise. It's really a nice camera.
Well, I'm using mine right now as a webcam.
And this is the kind of photos, Jeff, that kind of sharpen your photographic eye, correct? Because you have to put intent to have the little path coming toward your foreground and open your lens so that it looks nice and there is the three lights coming in. So I think as a photographer, these are the ones that you work on it, correct? Not a particular super exciting thing.
Yeah, but it's a perfectly composed shot. I mean, it's done. You've got the leading lines of the sidewalk. It makes you look past the the water fountain, the drinking fountain here, and then it leads you right into the lights. So you're always attracted by the brightest subject in the scene too. So I mean, you notice the water fountain, but then you perk up and everything. Your eyes just follow everything, straight out, following those lights with and I like the bokeh balls are nice and the different colors. I mean, a well thought out photo and pretty darn good looking lens, if you ask me. I mean, I don't know a lot about that lens, but I mean, Robert's been taking photos for a long time, so I'm sure he did a lot of homework on that lens before he bought it.
Yeah, it's a great shot, Robert. I did some modifications to my Zulu Foxtrot, and I've got one of the knobs is brass now, or I took the paint off it, and I haven't started working on the other one yet.
Yeah, David's doing his best to try to destroy his camera and then tell Nikon that it's a warranty issue. So David's going to say, I don't know what happened. I woke up one day and the paint was all gone. So Bob's last shot was he sent in another street photography shot. This is of the in West Hartford center of the Rolex clock. My brother-in-law lives in West Hartford, so I think I've probably seen this clock at least once. And the same deal, okay, your focus of attention is the clock, which is in sharp focus, and then everything else is in a nice slight blur, but still has enough detail. You got the expensive Lux Bond Green and Stevens. Well, I mean, the Stevens isn't on the sign. It used to be called Lux Bond Green and Stevens. Now it's just Lux Bond and Green. It's a high-end jewelry store. West Hartford is a very expensive place to live in Connecticut, and a lot of people that live there, are doing pretty good. Let's leave it at that. They're doing pretty good. And this is with the same 50 millimeter f2 Voigtlander lens, 1/60th of a second f2 ISO 640 handheld.
Nice atmospheric look, right? Nice look for sure.
Yep. So Robert, I thank you for your narration that you provided me here, the verbiage and the images, and that you took the time to stop in again. Hopefully you make a habit of this and come in every month to continue sharing some of your images, because you're doing a great job. So we appreciate it. So thank you very much. So the next, our next party that we're going to comment on is our friend Greg Wilson. So since we've seen an interspersing here of some landscape and street photography shots, it's time to get back to the seriousness of wildlife photography. As we're trying to convert all you folks into bird photographers. So Greg, we're going to put his image up first. And his first image, which is of a white-tailed kite that he took with the D500 ISO 400 with the 500 millimeter f4 lens. And it's interesting that, Bob left us a while ago, but Bob sees, I don't think they're white-tailed kites, but we do have kites down here in South Carolina. I've only seen one at an extremely far distance where I couldn't get a shot of it. But some people have them like in the community. Some of them have them like right in their backyards, because almost every community down here is literally, hundreds. Typically a large community could be 500-600 homes or more. And then they have to create man-made lakes, which basically are to capture and hold your stormwater from the rain, because you have nowhere for the water to go. So basically every community that's built down here has large areas dredged out in the land for man-made lakes. And some of the places do stock them with fish. And so lots of times, in your own neighborhood, you could see a bird like this down here. I have not yet, but then I did have that photo I shared, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, maybe, of the red-shouldered hawk that I got in my backyard. So you never know what you might see. Curious, Greg, if you want to share where you saw this bird, where you got the image. Was it close to your house, or did you have to travel to get this shot? But it's a very nice shot.
Beautiful. I love these white-tail kites. Okay, they're
like
beautiful creatures, and they Jeffrey, I was trying to photograph some of those. I didn't get nicer photos than the one that Greg has here. But they also hover, correct? So they hover before they drop to get probably a lizard or a small ball. So it's a pretty bird for sure, and he had that intense red eye.
Yeah, the red eye I love the red eye. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is really
And
nice.
I'm just checking here, Jeff, if that is in your area. Let me just go back here. Beautiful, Greg.
Is now the next shot he took was also a bird of prey. You got a picture of a red-tailed hawk, and this looks like it might have been on a farmland or something, because you got the barbed wire fence and the posts there. Might be out in the wilderness somewhere, somebody's country property, farm, or what have you. He took this with the D500. Yeah, and this just goes to show you, D500 is an extremely capable camera for wildlife photos.
Sure.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with a D500. I mean, you could get great photos with that day in, day out. And you use this with the 500 millimeter f4 at shooting it at f5.6 ISO 400. And, anybody going to complain about this shot? I mean, there's nothing to complain about, Nice separation between the subject and the background, and the and the fence post and the barbed wires is nice and sharp as well. So I mean,
and he got good light on the underside, correct? So he's banking in such a fashion that he get good light. So great photo, Greg. I love it.
yeah.
And Jeff, unfortunately, that whitetail kite is not in your area. You have to go all the way to Florida to get that one, and the tip of Florida.
Okay.
So no wonder you haven't seen that. But
Okay. Well, I get jealous of all these birds that I don't get to see or I haven't seen. We all do that. Oh, where'd you get that? I never saw one of those. You see a new bird, you get all excited like you won the lottery.
exactly.
It's silly. It really is silly. I see one and I go, even if it's an ugly bird, I go, I don't care. I never saw that one. You get all excited.
A beautiful photo for sure, Greg.
So Greg's next image is of a black skimmer.
Oh,
and everybody loves black skimmers. I know I do. I mean, wonderful birds to get. Once again, the D500 with the 500 PF lens at f9 ISO 640. So yeah, at f9 you can see, obviously you got the water droplets are sharp because of the shutter speed. He didn't state what the shutter speed was, but obviously it was fast enough to capture the water droplets, and they're sharp, and the bird is sharp from the tip of its beak right to the tip of its wings.
great capture for sure.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah. Great job, Greg. See, Greg. Now I can't expect you to be. If you kick this up a notch for next month, I mean, then I quit. I'm going to quit as a photographer. I'm going to go get a job as a funeral director or something. But very nice shots. Now, last two more images that Greg sent in. This is a oak titmouse. We have a titmouse in South Carolina, but it has different coloration than this bird.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I recognized it from the crown on the head, the way it was, but I said, oh, that doesn't look like the one that we have down here. It's different coloration, but oak titmouse. This one he took with a Z6 II and the 180 to 600 lens in his backyard. So he took this one in his backyard.
Yeah, that's almost endemic to California, correct? It's a little bit, so you can only see it in California and a little bit in Mexico, but beautiful. I love the perch. I love the background. Even the fact that the spot of color is in front of the face, make you focus on the face.
And what's nice too is that many times it's hard to, the light is such where that green lichen would be washed out. It wouldn't be green, it wouldn't have a lot of color to it. So the fact that you have the green in there and it's showing up well, you did really good with the exposure or with your post processing. It looks nice. Good job. And his last shot that he sent in is of something that most of us will have in our backyard or do have in our backyard, and some people don't like them. Some people do like them. So a fox squirrel, he says, taken with permission by the tree. So he had to ask the tree for permission to get the shot. Z6 II with the 180 to 600, and has some kind of berry off one of the off the tree. So I wonder if that, well, I'm sure that wasn't stored away. I mean, it's probably a berry that's actually, rotting on the ground or whatever, I would think. I wouldn't think it would look that good if it was something that was stored away,
And a plug here for Greg, if you visit his channel. I think, Greg, you probably still have it on, probably now more than a year ago. He has a video of the squirrels in his backyard, and he's one of those feeders that have like a little flap, and then he put the camera inside the feeder, so you can see the squirrel coming, opening the feeder, taking the flap comes down. So it's pretty funny. So if you visit Greg's channel, you can see that video. Very ingenious from Greg to do that, very much from the perspective of the feeder.
So Greg is saying, I'm kind of looking back at some of the chat here. Greg is saying that all the photos are local. Red-tailed hawk was in the Sierraville.
Persimmon.
Good job, Greg. Thank you so much for sending these in to us. We appreciate it.
And it's a persimmon, Jeff. He's saying.
Oh, a persimmon. Okay. But no, thanks again very much. The next images, I think when I go through the next images, Gustavo, I'm gonna have you you guys carry on a discussion for a minute or two while I get something to drink. Getting a little bit dry in the throat here. So we're gonna do Ava Campbell was nice enough to send us in some images, and I will warn you ahead of time, they are very nice. So I mean, has this not been fantastic so far? I mean, what we've seen from everybody. I mean, I'm telling you, I think we're breaking the Guinness Book of World Records for the most photos viewed on a live stream. I mean, we gotta make note of this. 80 pictures is like nuts, man. I'm like, oh my God, if we hit 100, I'm gonna pass out. I mean, 80 was like, wow. I mean. I think the most we had before was maybe, ahead of time of the show was maybe 60. And then maybe we had some people, send some pictures in during the show. Tonight, I request that no one requests to send any pictures in during the show, because I want to, if I can end the show even a half hour early tonight, I'd like to limit us to the pictures and at worst case, a half hour of other discussion and call it a night. Since I made the mistake of deciding to go take pictures early in the morning. So that's kind of my fault. I don't usually do that. But the first shot coming up is from Ava and street photography. This is in New Iberia, Los Angeles, in the rain. She says she takes this road coming home from work, and every time she went on this road, she thought it would look good in the rain. So one day when it rained, she thought one day if it rains, I should stop and take some shots. So she did. Now she took this with her OM1 with a Lumix G25 f1.7 lens that she says cost her a whopping $147 on sale. Does that look like a $147 lens, folks? I don't think so. Handheld at one fifth of a second, f2.8, ISO 200. And she says, yes, that is a native star effect at that aperture. So normally when I first saw this image, I said, oh, she must have really stopped this down to get the street light to flare out like that, to have that star pattern. But she's saying no. I mean, she shot this at f2.8 and still got that pattern on that street light. That's pretty cool.
Wow.
So, and she said it blew her mind that it would look like that, and I agree. I certainly would not think at f2.8 it would have that effect on that street light.
Beautiful shot. I love the foresight of waiting for the right condition, like the rain. Beautiful, Eva. That's actually a photographer's, correct? When you go and plan for it and you envision you have a vision what you want to do and you really achieve it in here. And she made a correction that LA stand in this case for the state of Louisiana, Jeff.
Oh, Louisiana. Okay, sorry.
The clue is that
I don't know where the heck I don't know geography. You don't trust me with geography. Forget it.
The clue is that there is no congestion in the road. Correct?
Well, it's not a 10-lane highway, right?
Exactly.
They don't have quiet streets like this in LA. I should have known better, right? But she's stealing a trick out of the Matt Irwin playbook, because Matt loves to take night photography shots in the rain.
Exactly.
You bring out the color, you get the color, the colors really show up on the street, on the asphalt really nice when the road is wet. So you're stealing a something out of his playbook, but it works. I mean, a lot of people don't want to take shots in bad weather, but sometimes you just got to say, okay, it's okay to get wet. It's okay for the camera to get a little wet. It's not going to break, or put a lens hood type of thing over the, one of those, camera protectors, that you could put over the whole camera if you're really worried about it. But believe me, most of these high-end cameras can handle some rain, as long as you're not in a hurricane for an hour, getting it soaked. But wonderful shot, very nice shot.
What time of the day, Eva? And I love that you cut it on the square format.
Yeah, she did. She'll have to. She says, "I'm pretty sure I got the idea from watching Matt's videos. 100%." Says it was about midnight.
Wow.
Well, here's an example how we all learn from other content creators, and then you go out and then you try it, and you go, wow, that's pretty damn cool. Excuse me, pretty darn cool. Worked out good. So her next shot is also street photography.
Oh, I love these ones.
She's definitely trying to one up Mr. Irwin here, I think.
Exactly.
So hopefully Matt's not watching, Ava, because he may send you a terse message. I don't know. She says, different rainy night. A few weeks later, this time she used the Z8 with the Nikon 400 f2, handheld at. Now I might have typed this wrong, Ava, but I thought it said 0.4 seconds, f5.6 at ISO 64. And she says, I'm disappointed by the starbursts. They're not as good as the last shot, I guess. But the colors are so good. Being full frame probably needs a much smaller aperture, but I didn't have a tripod with me. But no, I mean, I really don't. I'd like someone to explain to me how you had such a wonderful starburst effect at f2.8, because f2.8 is f2.8. Doesn't matter what lens you have, right?
Beautiful lens.
Actually, I don't agree with you though, Jeff.
You don't agree with me?
It is some lenses have that effect at lower apertures, and it's part of the character of the lens. And it's like,
Well,
Being
like
that
something to do with coatings or lack thereof.
well, with the glass that we normally use, they spend a lot of money making sure that doesn't happen. Different manufacturers have different criteria, and some of them they give the starbursts easier. And when you start listening to Z Wade and some other people talk about the character of the glass, and this is part of the character, and it's something that you well, now Eva knows that it's there, and she knows what she has to do to create it, so now she can use that. And
Yep.
for this one here, I think this was a different lens, and we see how it behaves differently. And she can use that at another time, but her stuff is great, and it's making me think of maybe I don't necessarily want to use so much high quality glass all the time.
If I remember right, and I think Ava was maybe a little bit shy of sending us any images. I think she was a little worried that we're a bunch of real hardcore beat up everybody on their shot. So all I could say is, you're not really giving us anything to beat you up on, Ava. So if you really want to get beat up, you got to send us a lot worse shots than what you're sending in. I'll tell you that, because these are wonderful shots.
And Eva, this being micro four thirds has nothing to do with it. I shoot micro four thirds also, but I normally don't at this time of night. But it's it's a combination. I think the big thing is your glass that you're using. It's got that. It's got this feature that it can do this. And also, what's happening is you have a little bit of fog in the air, a little bit of mist.
Yeah,
and that's doing it too.
Character.
Yeah, if you have the mist there in the air, that's going to make that starburst effect softer.
And that's true, David. And I think Eva took advantage of that. Because it rained, there is a lot of basically humidity in the environment. So around the lights, you see these kind of auras. So, but it's beautiful, and the colors, the reflections are amazing. Again, move on, Matt, Erwin. Eva's here.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's like she's out there. She's brave too, because she's out there, and you don't see any people hanging around. So she's out there late at night. Hopefully you got a bodyguard with you, Ava. That's all I could say. I'm not brave enough to go out at night by myself anymore and take pictures.
Well, Ava, I wouldn't delete the bad ones until after I got home and had a really good look at them, because sometimes you can do things with ones that you considered bad after fact in post. You can put a couple of things together, but this looks great. And because it was chucking down rain, it's something the same as having a little bit of mist, except when you have mist, it starts to look foggy, but this doesn't.
No.
And
No, the signage and the lettering on the building there for the movie theater or whatever that is, summer theater, I guess, is sharp, very sharp.
Yeah, the big thing is with this is your shutter speed was slow enough that you didn't see the rain. If it was faster, then you start to see streaks. But here you don't. So you've got everything right in this picture.
Yeah.
And the only thing wrong with it is not mine.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe you could cut a deal with David after the show and say, I'll let you put your name on it for a price tag. Maybe you can
or
work
do
out
some exchange with Anita.
Yes, yes. We could do a photo exchange with Anita. Yes.
Yeah.
So her next shot is a sculpture. The doggy is a sculpture. She's saying a sculpture in honor of a local artist, George Rodriguez, famous for inserting a usually blue version of his dog in his paintings. It's a
That's
three-sided sculpture with the dog in red, blue, and yellow on each side. Nikon Z8 with the 40 millimeter f2, 1/20th of a second at f5.6 ISO 800, and taking all these shots in with water on the roads and everything with the reflections is works out really good, doesn't it? Very nice.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can see the difference in the different glass that you choose.
And Jeff, this is Iberville, Louisiana? The town?
No, I don't get out much.
No. But in the first time you mentioned she mentioned the name of the town in Louisiana.
Oh yeah, she did not. That was New Iberia is what
New
she
Iberia.
mentioned
Okay.
in
That's
the first image.
New Iberia. Thank you, Eva. Beautiful. I love this blue dog, red blue dog.
Red blue dog. And her, let's see, her last image that she sent in. Now here she goes being very creative again, everyone. Lake Martin sunset, very long exposure to eliminate all the boaters coming into the dock. Brilliant idea. You can see, like in the foreground, the water around that small rock is very, very soft. She says that yes, the tree has a hole through it. It got hit by lightning and caught fire a couple weeks ago. It's been hit by lightning before and lived, but this time might have done it in. This is with the Nikon Z8 with the Nikon Z 24-200. Okay, 24-200, gang, at 34 millimeters, 480 seconds, f22 at ISO 200.
Beautiful.
Well,
that's how you eliminate the boats.
Well, I can still see two, but anyway, if they're not, you got to know what you're looking for to see them. But it looks good.
Those cypress trees in the swamps, then are very iconic, correct? So beautiful. I love them.
Yeah.
At one time in the past, I lived in Mandeville, Louisiana. So
you got the nice light from the sun, shooting across the water. That's nice. And it's good that you. It's also good that you put in a little bit of foreground element with the rocks. I think that's important to do too, because you have something in the foreground, you got something in the middle, being the tree, and then you've got the sun and the tree line in the background.
The only thing I'd be careful with long exposures with the sun in it, you can burn a hole in your sensor.
Looks like a little bit of natural vignetting in the image, at least at the top corners anyway, which is fine. But yeah, well done, well thought out. So that's it for Ava's images.
Make a comment to Lewis here. Is one thing that I find is once people make suggestions about an image, other people see it, and if nobody makes a suggestion, lots of times nobody sees it at all. But it's, I find that with whiskey tasting and a whole bunch of other things is people fall for the power of suggestion. But you're gonna go have your drink there, Jeffrey. And,
let me go get a drink quick, guys. And you guys keep the conversation going. And the next images that we're going to look at when I get back are from Scubarazzi, who always gives us a treat. And we're going at a fairly good rate tonight. So
Put the first one for Scubarazzi.
you guys pick up a topic of discussion here, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Put the Scubarazzi picture on before you go.
Okay. So I'll put the first image up and I'll give you the narration, and then you guys could talk about it while I'm gone.
And he's in, so he can comment as well.
Yeah. So his first image is called Dental Treatment. He says this is his mandatory underwater photo that he took a few years ago in Bali. Shows a yellow banded sweet tip during its early morning routine. The fish in its mouth is a cleaner wrasse. Those of you who've watched any specials on TV, the cleaner wrasse clean. They don't get eaten by these fish. They clean the gills of sharks. They clean the gills of all sorts of fish. They clean parasites out of their mouth, in between their teeth and everywhere else. And as a worker bee in keeping these predators parasite free, they don't become dinner. So they, like he says in his text he sent me, they have a gentleman's agreement with the predators. He says this is a real lucky shot, one that would be easier to do with a DSLR or mirrorless than he had a point and shoot camera. He used his Canon PowerShot S120, which he takes a lot of shots with in an Icolite housing. He uses the 2x Inon S2000 strobes, 1/200th of a second f5 at ISO 120. So I'll let you guys comment on this image, and I will be back as quickly as I can.
Right. Beautiful. So for sure, it's always nice, Scubarazzi, when you find one of these cleaner stations, correct? There's a point in the reef where all these different species that do these services to it, and you can sometimes see them queuing for them being clean, and they go inside the mouth, take dead skin and bits of food between the teeth and all that kind of stuff. Fantastic capture, correct? The fact that you can see the wrasse inside the mouth, amazing. So I love it. The colors are nice, and obviously your flash have little problem illuminating the whole scene here, and of course you can see it getting into dark pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's I've never tried anything underwater, so I really can't comment because it is not simple. A lot of these things that we do aren't simple.
No.
We do them so often they become simple to us.
Exactly. And of course everything about underwater photography is about the strokes, correct?
Yeah. Well, you're the diver. I'm not.
Yeah. Actually, he made an interesting comment that he took a picture of himself with one of these cleaner wrasse coming into his mouth. So that would be a picture.
Yeah.
No, fantastic, Scubarazzi. That's a beautiful image. Love what you do with your. We love your mandated on underwater photography. Very, very nice.
Yeah, it's at a price they can afford.
Well, I thank him because I think he thinks of us, Gustavo, to make sure he has at least one fish picture in what he sends in, because he knows that we're former divers and we appreciate that kind of stuff. So exactly. He mentioned that he didn't really have opportunities to dive much last year. So this is one he pulled out of his his arsenal that he had. And I'm glad he did, because it's a treat for those of us that used to see these kinds of fish at some point in time in our diving career. So I appreciate the fact that he takes
And
it.
also, it's a good reminder for the non-underwater photographers that if we complain that we have to bring a lot of equipment, well, if you
Oh,
take
you
the
got
whole photography, that's really something. Good.
Yeah, you go down with any kind of camera in an underwater housing with all these large knobs, with gears to turn the knobs and the switches that are on your camera that you could do so easily when it's on land. And you try doing that underwater with articulating arms, with strobes, and fighting the buoyancy, you know, of some of these items, and adjusting your making sure you have adequate weight on your weight belt, and adjusting your buoyancy compensator constantly to try to not be moving around, being floating in the water, so you can have a nice steady shot when you take the shot. So if you've never done it before, let me tell you, you think taking pictures on land is hard? You got it easy. You got it easy.
All right, beautiful.
So his next image, let me get to it here.
Yeah.
This is called, he called this Monastery Wine. And you can see the grapes in the foreground. I mean, beautifully how he framed that in like he did through that opening. Wonderful job. He says he took this picture for some friends of his. They own a vineyard where he lives, and produce the monastery wine. He says this is the same monastery where the monastery kestrels breed.
All right.
Which he did share those images, I think, at one point in time.
Yeah.
He says they wanted to do a flyer with the monastery from the vineyard that's on a hill 3 miles away. He says, as it's optically impossible to have the monastery and the wine sharp, I had to play around with focus stacking again. He says, somehow I play around a lot with focus stacking at the moment, because we had to take the picture early in the morning to prevent hot air flickering. Unfortunately, the light was not very nice, but we needed to pick a time while the wine is still on the bush. Taken with the Z8, the Sigma 150 to 600 f mount at 500 millimeters, 1/100th of a second, at f6.3 at ISO 200.
And this is good for. Unfortunately, you guys see Roy had to go, but this will be one for Roy, who always complain about photo stacking with mirrorless. That indeed, as Kubarasi show here, that you can do a fantastic photo.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And obviously there was no the air was still, nothing moving, correct, that you can do this photo stacking.
I mean, if you had a windy day and you had those leaves blowing around on the vineyard there, that wouldn't work out too good.
And the fact that he managed to get the white grapes and the red grapes, great idea, great composition, beautiful execution, Kubarasi, love it.
But what I find is the heat shimmer, it starts about 9 o'clock, and by 10 o'clock you can't see a thing, and you're better off on a cloudy day than you are on a clear day, because it's all differential heating of the ground, which changes the heating of the air, and so big thing is you have to do that early.
Yeah, or like you said, if you
put the red grape there by hand, so that makes sense.
Nothing wrong with that, Kubarasi.
If you have a cloudy day, David, like you said, if you have the cloudy day, then the sun isn't so strong, and it takes a while for it to takes it longer for it to heat up the ground.
But you still want light on the vineyard.
No. You see, Kubarasi, he's saying there in the comment that he put the red grapes. You see,
he put the red grapes by hand. Okay, so he did a little.
No, this is fantastic. You see, this is what
he created the image.
Exactly.
It
Well,
created.
it's not cheating.
No,
No.
not at all. Exactly.
No.
But this is where this show is good, because this is a show about magicians, correct? Magicians only reveal the secrets to other magicians.
Yeah.
So beautiful, Horacio.
I'm
Great
not
idea.
calling. I'm not calling them out for cheating, because I'll tell you right now. Look at how many wildlife photographers, some phenomenal wildlife photographers, their best shots are pre-planned and staged. I mean, they have a log on the ground, and they nail food on the side that you can't see, and they're in a shelter, and everything comes to feed on that food, and you just see the birds sitting there and eating away, and you don't see where they're really getting the food from lots of times, or even see the food, but that's all staged. That's all staged to bring those birds in, and then obviously you get them when they fly off and land on a tree branch or something. You get a picture of them, and everybody thinks, okay, you just happen to be there at the right time in the right place, and you found that bird on the tree branch. But it wasn't about the right time in the right place. It was about how well you planned your setup, and you planned where you put the food and how you laid things out, and you created the opportunity to get that shot.
Exactly.
There's different times I've done that, and it's taken me a year from the time I prepared until I got the shot.
Exactly.
And I think, Gustavo, you've done the same thing.
Oh, sure. That's what I say. This is the magic, correct? This is the magic of what we do, correct?
Yeah.
It's like Eva, waiting for the rain, correct? So that's and here you have to bring that element. But having all that in your mind before you execute the photo, that's the magic.
And Joe Strout is excellent at doing that.
Exactly.
He has something in his mind, and he produces it. Yes, Nancy Paul, I am in Canada. I'm in Calgary, the home of the Calgary Stampede.
Scubarazzi's next shot is cool as well. They always are. He calls it electrifying. He says this picture somehow, looks somehow strange, but on the other hand, cool. He placed his camera in the window at his house. Camera was connected to a Myops trigger that was set up to trigger in case of lightning. He left the camera there for several days, and it did trigger with every lightning. He got 28 pictures during several hours of the day/night. He tried to stack the picture with Photoshop, but he says he miserably failed. But then he had the idea to stack the pictures using Star Stack. He says normally he uses Star Stack to stack star trails. He says he thinks it did work out really nice. Before the stacking in Star Stack, he did some pre-processing with Adobe Camera Raw. Nikon D7500 with the Sigma 18 to 35 f1.8 f mount.
Wow. What can I say? I mean, it's that's amazing, Horacio. It's a beautiful. I mean, wow. It's again, this one really takes the top. I mean, oh my God.
Kind of scary looking, actually. You think it's the end of the world, don't you? That's the end of that town.
Wow. No, that's a incredible creation there.
Yeah. Very creative, very that's what's neat about what you present to us every month, is that your images are so well planned, and you're a forward thinker, and you're thinking ahead, and you're not afraid to experiment. And the funny thing is many of us are afraid to experiment, even though it doesn't cost us anything to experiment now that you have digital cameras, right? It's not like you're experimenting with film, where it would cost you a lot of money to do all the experimentation. go out and experiment, because the worst that happens is you got an image you're going to delete. You're not going to keep it. It didn't cost you any money, right? So digital SLRs and mirrorless cameras are a phenomenal tool to get you out of your comfort zone and get you to experiment, because you're not paying a penalty and processing costs for your film and whatnot. So don't be scared. Look at what Scubarazzi's doing here. Don't be scared to try different things.
Incredible.
Like Jeff said, is you want to experiment, and like I treat most of my photography as an experiment. I got an idea of what I want to do, and I'll try to get there and see what I do, and then I got home. I'll post-process and maybe put a bunch of images together and do something, or try to do something like this. I've got a lightning shot that doesn't look anything like this, but I can see what people have done, and now just go out and do it again. Because you never get it right the first time. Like, as much as we think photography is not easy, after you've done something quite a few times, it gets easier. But the first time is never easy for anybody.
No. Now, his last, excuse me, his last image that he submitted, I will throw that up on the screen here. And this is so cute. He says, this is called Everyone Loves Ice Cream. And he as I said, when people are writing their commentary, they're writing it to me. So you got to realize that when I'm reading it back. He says, I do not know you guys very well, but I think that you, meaning me, you and Gustavo will like this one. It might match our humor. He took this picture in an animal park. He says, some pictures you will never take in the wild. As last summer was very hot, they tried to keep the bears cool. So they did throw bear ice cream into a pond so the bears could cool down a little bit. The flavor is fish ratatouille. As we do not have many bears, and they all live well hidden in the Alps, he says this is as close as he can get to a bear. Nikon D500 with the Sigma 150-5 f mount, 1/2500th of a second at f5, ISO 450 at the 255 millimeter focal length range.
So, Kopulos, this is one of like those icicles that they made for the chumming the sharks, but with vegetables.
Yeah. And all I could say is that bear needs a manicure. Those nails are way too long. Nails are, and you wonder why when an unfortunate human encounters a bear, why it usually doesn't end well. Those claws, they go right. Obviously they go right for the throat. You know what I mean? With claws like that, you don't have much of a chance.
Wow, that looks almost unreal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that one a grizzly? Just looking at the claws.
Yeah, these are the European brown bear, probably, and which is related to the grizzlies.
Yeah.
So European brown bear, which they have it in the Alps. Not that many, but they have them.
Yeah, that's cool,
But I tell you one thing,
it gets a bit of apple or a bit of the fruit and a nice chunk of ice to cool them on the way down.
Exactly. And I tell you one thing, Jeff, it's not only the photo, but the fact the person that created this contraction here. I mean, the fact that he put a variety of things, broccoli and the melon, the apple.
Yeah, you got melon, you got apple, you got broccoli, you got, I don't know what
like a pepper. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. An interesting variety. Scubarazzi did confirm in the chat it's a European brown bear. European brown bear.
And Luis, correct me, it's the same species, but different subspecies.
Yeah. But once again, Scuba Ozzy, we thank you for your contributions to the photo review, as always. And we're going to move now. We're going to move on to some shots that Martin Hild sent in. And he comments, I'll read some of the commentary before I put up the first picture. He sent in a series of pictures. He comments that he watches us every Sunday morning. He says, so I thank him for choosing to spend some time with us. I do, and we appreciate his images, obviously. So he sent us a lot of photographs of cranes. And as you'll see in these pictures, when I first saw the pictures of a crane, I've never seen a real one. It kind of reminded me body shape similar to like a great blue heron, is what, what popped in my head when I saw it. So bring up his first image. And so he says, it's cranes this time. He says he was kind of inspired by a video from Jeff and Leslie, Wildlife and Nature. So there you go. Here you go, where someone gets inspired by a fellow content creator that is kind enough to visit this channel and support us. And that's what this photo review is all about, is hopefully you see something, whether it be a species of wildlife or maybe you don't do street photography. You see like what Ava put together tonight and you go, wow, that's so cool. I'm going to get out in the rain and I'm going to get some pictures. Or, you just get nothing. You just benefit from the ideas, or you see, the shots that David sends us where, he's literally freezing. Well, he'll say he's not cold because he's in his camper, but believe you me, I wouldn't even go out in -40 to check my camera. So he's a lot braver than I am. But you have all these niches and scenarios that people do for their photography, and it does motivate and get people to try new things. So he says, Jeff and Leslie showed sandhill cranes. He hadn't seen very many of them, but he's seen lots and lots of common or Eurasian cranes. He says to him, the crane migration is one of the most awe-inspiring wildlife experiences to witness. He says this year he saw maybe 10,000 cranes passing over his hometown, trumpeting loudly. He says it's so beautiful, it brings him to tears. Also, the migration means that winter is coming. It is a given that when the cranes pass, the cold weather is coming. He says the pictures are not from his hometown, but from Eastern Germany and Eastern France. So this first picture that you're looking at now is from Linham in Brandenburg, early foggy September morning in 2021, just before sunrise. He says, not the best light, but to me, one of the best crane photos that he took. He says, even though it's a pretty flat landscape, the tree lines are so fitting for him. Taken with the D850. There you go, folks. DSLR. That DSLR will never die. It's a phenomenal camera. 500p f5.6, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 2800. He says, and some minor exposure compensation. So very nice, very nicely done.
So obviously we had to comment on the layering, on the fog, and the level at the tree lines of actually the foreground and the tree life of trees. Those so the fog that we have seen tonight and is so evocative and provides so many opportunities, and then adding to that the crane, it's fantastic. So Martin, you're not here, but congratulations! Everybody love this photo here. So, and again, Jeff, what you were saying, the cross fertilization between the community here. On what we learn from each other, so and what we get inspired to do. Beautiful.
Yeah, there are so many people, and I'm not clumping everybody on this channel in that, but I mean I know so many people flat out If it's foggy, they go, "Oh, crummy day. I ain't going out taking no pictures." And I see fog. I mean, I'm not saying every time it's foggy I'm going to go out and shoot, but I make a point of shooting occasionally in the fog because I know I'm going to get some images. You know, you're going to get those images like, just when the fog starts to break, or the light going through the fog a certain way. Especially great like if you have a swan or a white bird, especially swan in the water, like swimming through the fog with the light just being just right. I mean, it creates an image that tops most of what you're going to get if it wasn't a foggy day. I mean, so you got to be willing to go out and shoot in conditions that maybe in your head you say, I'm not going out in that. It's a horrible day. I don't want to get any pictures of that. And fog is really good for laying down a nice layer of mist and water droplets on flowers and stuff like that. So if you go out on a foggy day and the fog starts to lift and you're doing macro photography and you're getting all those wonderful little water droplets on your flower petals, okay, thank the fog. I mean, there's a lot of advantage of taking images in the fog or shortly after the fog lifts. I'll put up his second shot here. This actually has a mammal in it to the far right. So he says a second image is from the same trip a few days later in the evening, but further north, taken at Pramor in Mecklenburg. Oh, come on. Give me words I can pronounce. Pramor in Mecklenburg Vorpommern. Like, I know I screwed that up. It says you can call it Meckpom. Everybody here does that. From the national park. And I'm not going to read the whole name of the national park. Forget it. I give up.
Try.
No. I'm not trying it. He says it's a spectacular landscape on a natural spit that separates a lagoon from the Baltic Sea. Also, This part of the national park was a bombing range for the former GDR Air Force that was closed in 1991 and thus not settled. It says the crane migration coincides with the red stag rut, and we were lucky enough to witness one young, possibly frustrated bull go after the cranes. In the background, you see the Baltic Sea to the north of the spit, the Baltic Sea and the brackish lagoon, which is called Boden in German, makes this place feel so special. The photo was taken with the Z6 II 500 PF f5.6, so it was wide open, 1/200th of a second at ISO 560.
Beautiful. You see, landscape with a 500 PF.
There you go.
Nature,
yeah,
beautiful, fantastic. I love it, and the nice balance between the red deer on one side, and the cranes on the other. Beautiful. And who said that there is no nature in Europe?
Now his next shot is let's see here. Is also with the cranes, of course, because why not, right? So I gotta give me a second here to get to the narrative. He says this third picture is also from Meckpomm, this time Müritz National Park. A month later, he says the National Park Rangers offer a program where you can witness the cranes fly to their lake where they rest for the night. This is maybe not the best picture, but it was such an intimate moment with the birds. He says he can't forget about it. His wife and I sat with a group of 20 people in complete silence. He says, this is the first time I really experienced a group being that silent and attentive. I guess everyone was touched by how close the birds let us sit. Usually they're very shy and you won't get close to a crane if you're not sitting in a car or if they're not flying. Camera noises were forbidden, so I used the electronic shutter. Taken with the Z6 II again, 500 PF, f5.6, 1/500th of a second, ISO 12,800, pushed by 1.6 stops in post.
Beautiful. So Martin, who is in Germany, I think this made me want to go to Bosque del Apache here in the state to see our cranes.
Cranes, yeah. A guy I shoot with went to where you just mentioned,
Bosque del Apache.
Moscow, yeah. And he said it's nuts. He says absolutely nuts how many there are.
Beautiful,
And,
beautiful, Martin.
good job. His last shot he sent in is this one here, which is nice color in the sky, silhouettes. So this is from November of 2022 in France, Lac de Dour, Champagne region. He says this is probably the biggest migration stop for the cranes. About 200,000 cranes rest here in the huge reservoir. He says this is from the early morning flight when the cranes rise from their resting place in the shallow water to fly to the field to forage for food. He says this was the most stunning morning light he ever witnessed. The sky was burning red from horizon high up in the sky. All this with tens of thousands of cranes trumpeting and flying by. Taken with the Z9, 800 PF, f6.3, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1250. He says concludes by saying he's seen lots and lots of cranes in many countries, in Spain, in Hungary, in Sweden, in France, and in Germany, and even a few sandhill cranes in the U.S. He says they still are very special to him and always touch something deep within. Works every time.
For sure. Beautiful. This is actually for Robert who said that Bosque del Apache is on his list. Now this time of the year is the right time to go to Bosque. Then later on here in the western side of the United States, then it's the sandhill cranes, the few sandhill cranes, and the many sandhill cranes, and some of the whooping cranes will go and pass through Nebraska, and there is a crane festival in Nebraska. Hopefully this year I can maybe try to go there. But the beautiful photos. This is quintessential crane.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot. I mean, I love it when you get the blazing color, and it seems like it's just not only is it in the sky, it's like everywhere. It's like it changes the color of the tree line. It changes the color of the ground. It just permeates the color permeates the whole image, and I love shots like that. Love shots like that.
And again, the good lesson here from Martin is to see this, you have to be there before sunrise, and then you have to be there after sunset. That's so you as a wildlife photographer, you can never be too early or too late in the day.
Yeah, and if you are into doing sunrises and sunsets, the thing you have to also keep an eye out is sometimes your best shot is behind you.
Exactly.
You know, seriously, sometimes how things are lit up with your subject matter behind you can be as good or better than what you're looking at in front of your face. So the thing is, when you're doing a sunrise or a sunset picture, that's fine. Get your few snaps there of what you see in front with the sun, and then turn around and look what's behind you, because you're going to have other photo opportunities. And then when the sun sets, the thing with sunsets are sometimes the best color is maybe an hour after the sun goes down. So you don't want to just, okay, the sun's below the horizon, time to call it quits, pack up the car and leave. You want to hang around for a little while because you're still going to get color that comes up in the sky, and then sometimes it changes and gets even better. So you got to have patience. You got to be willing to stay there for a little bit longer period of time, not take off right away.
Well, it's one of my shots. It's that's the point in case when it's coming up for the review of what I did. Yeah.
Yours are not too far away, David. I can see them. I can see them.
Yeah, for me.
You're not at the very end. You're near the very end, but you're not at the very end.
No, I'm just number 74 and 75.
Yeah, I think you're like start at 69. We're on now 62, so we're getting there. We're going to be going to 62 now.
Okay.
We're going to see some images from Terry Gardner. His first image. We kind of know what this is. A flamingo. He got this at Busch Gardens a few years ago with a D300. I had one of those. D300 f5.6 ISO 200 with the 70-300 at 240 millimeter. So that is your Busch Gardens flamingo shot. Boy, you got to love the color of those birds, you know.
Red on green never fails.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, wonderful. They are wonderful. And yeah, you know, eyes nice and sharp. The whole, you know, I mean, really, the whole bird is nice and sharp. I mean, and he took that at f5.6, and that's a good sized bird, and that is sharp front to back.
Exactly.
That is sharp front to back. I mean, you can see the wisps of the feathers, you know, at the back, and everything is sharp, and the you can even almost see the serrations in the bill. You can see the serrations in the bill, and everything is very sharp. So that's cool, especially, you know, you're shooting at 5.6. That's darn good. So his next shot. Oops, lost my narrative here. His next shot is obviously deer, and I find this kind of funny. He says he shot it at a friend's house near the Everglades, and he says it's not as sharp as I want, but the subject was cute. I don't know how. If you got any sharper, those deer's ears would be cutting through my screen right now. That is sharp. I mean, I don't know how much sharper you want it than that, my friend. That is sharp. I mean, you can see every muscle in that deer, and every it seems like that's sharp. You guys agree?
Yeah, for sure. And I always like what they call dynamic positioning, correct? That deer on the left side has a little paw that is a little bit off the ground. That always makes it special.
Now he says this is with the Z6. He shot this with the Z6, 1/200th of a second, f6.3 ISO 200, with the 24-70 lens at 70 millimeter. So those, Terry, I hate to tell you, the picture's sharp.
Not the focus problem on the C6.
Yeah. The third shot he sent in here is let's see. Let me find it here. Okay, this is okay, so this is, he says this would technically be called could technically be called a bird shot, because of the pelicans on the rocks on the right-hand side. This is at Fort DeSoto Park in St. Petersburg Beach. So this is the Fort DeSoto Pier Sunset is his title. You can see the fishing poles, people fishing off the pier. That's a common thing down here in Myrtle Beach State Park, has a wonderful pier where everybody fishes off of it. He says this, this was with the Z6 as well, 1/60th of a second, f8. Did a typo here, I think 14-30 at 39 millimeters, ISO 100.
Maybe
Is it
29.
morning or sunset? Sunset. Probably
He says this is a sunset shot.
okay.
It's I don't know if they have any luck at their pier, but I know I've gone to the pier I don't know how many times over my lifetime visiting here on vacation and going to the Myrtle Beach State Park with the large pier, and fishermen that are there all day, like trying if they're trying to survive on what they catch. Most of them are probably starving, because I could be there watch them for an hour and I don't see anybody catching anything except hooking, other than crossing each other's lines. Maybe that's about it.
I had a
blip. I think Mr. Ishii trying to come back with us. Let's see if he can come back in. Hey, John, we're still here.
Yeah, I just had to get something to eat. So, and then
I think Mr. Ishii trying to come back with us. Let's see if he can come back in. Hey, John, we're still here. I hear that, though. You must have YouTube on.
Okay, hang on. Let me turn it off. Hang on.
I hear that, though. You must have YouTube on.
Okay, hang on. Let me turn it off.
Let me get some water in the meantime here.
Yeah, I don't like hearing myself twice. Once is bad enough.
Okay, how about now?
I think we're good.
I'm going to step out for a second too. Right back.
Okay. So
Okay, I feel a lot better.
Yeah, this was a shot. That Terry Gardner took of Fort DeSoto Pier sunset shot in St. Pete, Florida, with a Z6. Yep. Yeah, at the you see that the lights are illuminated there onto the pier, so it's getting dark enough to make those lights turn on.
Have you showed Diana's and my pictures yet, or?
You're 2 shots away.
Okay.
To yours.
Good timing.
Your timing is impeccable. So you're right after this next shot, John, is when yours come up. So Terry's last shot here, and I'm gonna leave this up for a while for, I think, Gustavo and David probably just went for grab a drink as I just did a little while ago, and
I went for
whatnot.
a pizza.
So we'll put up this last image and we'll leave it up here for a few minutes for them to come back so they can see it. So Terry says this is an experiment. He adapted a 20 millimeter extension tube with a 50 millimeter f1.8 G lens. And he says this is a thistle flower that's maybe 3/4 of an inch in diameter. He used the Z6, 1/1000th of a second, f16, ISO 3200, with a 50 millimeter f1.8 G lens with that, like I said, with that 20 millimeter extension tube. Excuse me. Nice and sharp.
It works.
Nice and sharp. So Terry, thank you for sending in your images.
I'm next.
Oh, Terry's in here, which is good. Okay. The pier is on the last shot. He says the pier is on the edge of Tampa and is quite good. Yeah, hopefully those fishermen actually catch fish. I mean, down here it's like I never saw so many people hanging poles in the hanging on having the poles hanging over the pier, and I never see anything getting pulled up. I would have think at least they'd accidentally be getting sharks or something, because there are sharks down here as well. So obviously, if you were able to do a shot from a uh, DJI Mavic Pro or something up off the beach, you'd probably be shocked how many sharks you'd see in the water. That's why my wife will not go in the ocean anymore.
Really?
No, actually, she stopped going in the. She stopped actually going in the ocean when we were dating, and I took her to see Jaws. I took her to see Jaws, and she has not been in the ocean since. Period.
Well, that shows your age.
Yes. Yes.
Bad mood, Mr. Scuba diver.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, family used to get worried I mean, it's easy to say, you don't have to worry about some species of sharks, but if you've ever dove with them, you never assume that you cannot have something happen with a shark. And I don't care what kind of shark it is, whether it's a nurse shark or a black tip reef shark, believe you me, their teeth are a lot more menacing than yours or mine. So you do not. They used to go nuts when I have pictures of, dozens of sharks in the water before I even went into it. They would freak out, and I'd come back from a trip. They'd be glad I was still alive. But I'm like, you just got to be smart, and you just got to pay attention.
Well,
and I would not, unlike some divers out there that will free dive with great white sharks. No, thank you. I'll be in a cage, thank you. A very strong one. Very strong cage.
I had a big gray reef shark come after me one time. Size of a submarine, man. There's two sharks that I stay away with. I don't like tiger sharks.
Tiger shark, that's not a good
example. Tiger shark, you're just another can of beer with tiger shark, let me tell you.
Yeah.
They'll take you out.
The thing with scuba diving, correct, is don't touch anything, because whatever you touch can hurt you in there, correct?
Yeah.
It's
kind of like being in Australia, but you're underwater. Everything can kill you.
Exactly.
That's how I met Diana, diving.
Exactly. But touching anything, go for you go against what is called a fire coral, or one of those worms with a lot of hairy parts. I mean, it's bad.
That's what she said.
How about you?
No,
all right, John. I'm going to let you talk about your images now.
Okay.
Before you get out of hand. So this is a John Ishii image here, folks.
Okay.
So we'll let John talk about this shot.
Okay. What I did was, since when I was there in Hong Kong, and I used for 99% of my shoots, I used the ZF and the Plana, and I'm just so crazy about that Plana because of, I felt like before 135 was neither here or there for me for years. It wasn't long enough. It wasn't short enough. But then a friend of mine, he says, here's how you use a 135. Okay. So he kind of taught me how to use it. And that was like a few weeks ago. So then when I took it, I go to the subway with the mass transit system. And what you see is is an intersection of one line connecting to the other line. Okay, so the island line going to the other line, there's a stretch of maybe, say, I would have to say 80 feet. in which you have to go from one train to the other to get on the other line. And most Hong Kong people, they like to run, like if it's the last train out of Clarksville, right? And there's one leaving like every minute and a half, but for some reason they got this thing, gotta run. So I decided, no, let's take a look. So as soon as I got a one line, I stopped and let them go. And then I shot this old man, obviously can't run, taking his time to get there. And everyone's passed him up. And what I found out with the Plana is that it's able to pull the subject out, right? And at 1.8, and then I had it on 3D. What is it called? 3D focusing thing.
3D tracking.
3D tracking, right? And it would just it was so adhesive that it would just stick to the old man's head. It was amazing, no matter how he moved, where he moved. So then I shot off a few frames, and I just loved the look at how it just pulls out and it renders this kind of a 3D look. And then you see the people in the background. It's just this beautiful fall off of bokeh-ness, just the right amount.
Well, what I'm looking at too, when I look at the shot, is okay. His left shoe is sharp. His right shoe is slightly blurry near the toe area on the right shoe. And then when you look to the left of his cane and you look at the lines in the floor, you can see the transition in the sharpness by looking at the line that runs along the tiles in the floor. Like just before his left heel, the line is sharp as a tack. And then just as you get just past his cane, it starts blurring out.
Just so it's so even, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just so gradual.
Yeah, it's a natural everything dissolves naturally with it. It seems like, just really nice.
And I've used lenses that cost, $15,000, and there's nothing that comes close to this. In all my decades of being in this business, I've never seen anything like it.
No, I like what that lens is doing for you, and and obviously what you're doing with the lens as well. But I mean,
did you get one?
They definitely came up with a winner again.
Yeah, they put magic dust in this one, definitely. So I use it a lot.
I'm going to put up your second shot.
Okay.
And let you talk about this one.
Okay, and here we go again. So I come out of the station, and what I wanted to do is the bus I wanted to get tack sharp, right? So I wanted to see what this lens would look like with the foreground out of focus.
Yeah.
Right. And what that would look like. Now, what I found out is that if you have a blurred foreground like this, well, not blurred, but what would I say? Out of focus, where it's just so beautiful that it enhances your main subject matter, the bus and the nutcracker sign, right? And pulls it out. And yet the obtrusive people in front are not that obtrusive anymore because they kind of frame the main subject matter.
And it's amazing when you look at the lettering on the bus, everything from the smaller print on the left-hand side to the slightly larger print on the far right-hand side. It's all so sharp.
Yeah. And it's, I'm just whacking it off, right? And it's just able to just, what can I say, right? It's Nikon. Yeah. Sound like a fanboy, but that's ZF. Yeah. FM3A with Z8 and Z9 innards in it. It's a home run, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so you shot the Plena on the ZF body.
Yeah, of course. I didn't
Okay.
take any other body. I just used ZF because I really, really enjoy the ZF. I'm totally happy with the way the controls are because I've used manual cameras,
Oh yeah.
good 60% of my life. So hitting the dial on the top left side, and it's just got a nice tactile feeling to it. Love it, just love it, and just keep it wide open, and just the ISO. You can go from 100 to 1002 to 1600 within just twist of the finger.
Yeah. And John, I think you talk about that in this description of the characteristics of the lens. But indeed, when I read that one and saw some of the images, me as a nature photographer, one of the things that attracted me, I don't have it. I don't know when I will get it, but is the transition between focus and non-focus areas in the front and in the back.
Yeah.
A nice transition makes for a good picture, correct? And this is what you try to demonstrate here.
Okay, now here's a question from Faye. She says, so I'm not sure if I'll buy it, the Planet or the 8512. Well, it's two different animals.
Yes.
Okay, it's really, really two different. Yeah, you can use a portrait lens as great as a portrait lens, but as a portrait lens, it's a little troublesome because you got to step back.
Of course.
The 85, of course, is traditional, but the 1.2 does not have the compression a 135 does at 1.8. Correct?
That's right.
I think the Plena is I think the 85-1.2 or the 50 are better for studio shoots.
Yes.
I think the 135 is better if you're shooting portraits or scenes outside.
Now, if you're doing like weddings, outdoor weddings or even indoor weddings where you got some distance,
Yep.
You can knock it out of the park.
Yep.
And create images that nobody else has. It's so different. And that's why I was so excited about it. It creates it's a tool that creates a different look than everybody else. You want to be different, use this 135. And I guarantee you can take a picture of the same thing and have a different look.
I mean, it's on my list for this year. I'm not sure when I'll bite the bullet, but I mean, I do like doing street photography at times, and it's a great shot for, this is a street photography shot. It's a great lens for that kind of shooting as well.
Well, even if you shoot your grandkids at home, it's fantastic. Take it to the shopping mall, whatever, Christmas events. They're all sitting around opening presents, and you can pick that one kid, and he's tack sharp, and the rest of the family is blurred, and it frames him nicely. See?
Luis is leaving us, so Luis, have a good one. Thanks for coming on in the chat. And yes, he says he has to go to work. Yeah, work does get in the way, doesn't it? And I'll put up your last shot here, John.
Yeah, so here's another prime example. So I wanted to show this old man who could barely make it from the train on the other end, and the aging population in Hong Kong is a big problem. The aging population, the people in Hong Kong, they just live forever. The 85 is young. And this creates an issue with the elderly. So this guy I don't even know how he made it back, but I took this just showing the emptiness of the environment and having him tack sharp. Now I shoot everything in what is it called? Neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. What is it called? NL, right? Is that what it's? So anyway, that was that shot. But
Now, are you shooting RAW or are you shooting JPEG then?
Oh no, I shoot raw.
You're shooting RAW. Okay.
Yeah, I'm shooting raw. So most of this is pretty much SOC.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's not that heavy of a lens too.
Yeah, this shot, it's kind of a sad shot,
Yeah.
I mean, in many ways, like a person that by himself, you could tell struggling just to, like you said, just to walk.
Yeah, I mean it's
a sad narrative. It's a sad narrative.
no, we all want to live long. We all want to live long, but to be in a society where the aging is so predominantly, it just goes. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Like I said in the other photo, John, these two photos are can be called left behind.
Yeah.
Left
Yeah,
behind.
you want to live long. You want to live long, but not too long.
But the color, the orangey color of the tunnel, the connection tunnel between the platforms, beautiful. The rendition is beautiful, for sure.
Thank you, John, for sending these in. We're gonna now split. I'm splitting. I go in the order which I get these, so there's a little bit of a gap here between you and your wife's images. There's a few images from Mr. Stewart here to talk about, and then we will get into Diana's shots.
Well, Jeff, you can go straight to Diana's shots and leave mine.
Let me go straight. Is Diana with you, John?
Yeah, let me go get her. Hang on.
All right.
Hey, Diana. Ready for you.
But you see, Jeff, now you have John here making everybody here spend more money on this lens.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not in a huge rush for it, but I mean, it's on my list because I just know that I will use it. I mean, I'm not going to use it as much as someone like him would, but exactly. I will use it.
Hi, guys.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Long time no see.
Your husband let you out to say hi, huh?
He go and fetch me.
The question, Diana, is he letting you use the planer or not?
No.
Ah.
He won't let me touch it. He won't let me touch it. This is like, his second wife.
Uh-oh.
New lover.
I actually tried a few shots with that, and it's really amazing, especially when it's paired with the CF, right? What they use. Yeah, the CF is really good.
But see, John, we're gonna shame you letting you let her use your camera with the Plena man once in a while.
Well, she has a CFC, so she can make it look like a 200.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bring up your first image, Diana, that you sent in.
Okay.
Give me a second here. My hard drive is whirring away here. It's gonna take a second.
I think Joe Mann's land is in the green room.
Okay. No, I can't get to him yet because I got the little circle spinning on my display here. So I have to move my window so I can bring him in.
And then if we do that, then the pictures are smaller.
And give me a second. Hello, Joey. We're getting ready to hear Diana Ishii's commentary on her image. So this is we will let you go ahead, Diana, with
Okay. I mean, this is as a rainbow shot. That was taken in 2022. There was one day in Malaysia, and we had this beautiful. Actually, it's a double rainbow. Over the sky, and it actually caught the news. Even the news, reported that spectacular, natural phenomenon. I like shooting lightning. Last time I showed some lightning shots, And now I actually like also rainbow as well, because it is something you cannot plan. And because when you see a rainbow, and it usually lasts for quite a short period of time, and this rainbow shot was actually caught in the evening. And I remember that day, John and I was in the living room, having some cocktail, and then out of the left eye I saw some kind of part of the rainbow. So I rushed to the balcony, and then the rainbow was blocked by another building. So then I went out to the balcony, went out the door, and then to the lift lobby area, trying to catch the whole rainbow. And it's blocked by another building. So I say, damn, what can I do? So I rushed back to the bedroom, and there you were. There it is, the rainbow, a full rainbow from the window of my bedroom. So I was very lucky.
I saw this image. I thought that because seeing something like this is probably, you may never see this again in your lifetime.
Yes.
And when I saw this image, I'm like, if this was a natural image and this is how it occurred, I says that's so rare. You see this image and you think that you did some fancy Photoshop work, but to have you say that this is what it was is amazing, simply amazing.
And it was very lucky. I just got my 21mm lens.
Yeah, okay.
And so that this image was not cropped at all. I mean, just adjusted the level a little bit. And I didn't have that lens, and it was shot with a Hasselblad 907 21mm. And I just got that lens and I put it on, and it's just able to frame the image just right. If I had a 35, I would not be able to catch the whole rainbow.
That's like crazy good.
That's
a photo you could use for like Lucky Charms, like Skittles, wasn't it that one where they like taste the rainbow?
Taste the rainbow.
That's a solid image.
Yeah, you should send a very small resolution image of this to Skittles and say, why don't you use this in your ad campaign for Taste the Rainbow?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea. Good
idea.
Should.
Yeah.
I should hashtag them on my IG.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the first image. Yeah.
And a wonderful shot.
Thank
now
you.
the second shot that you sent in caught me by surprise. I didn't expect you to. It wasn't what I expected to see you send in. So, but it's a beautiful shot. And we're going to jump to it right now. And,
okay. The reason why I sent in this shot is something different, and also this is done because I was trying to do a bunch of self-portraitures shots, and John is a very difficult subject to photograph because.
Photographers don't like to get photographed.
Exactly.
But I'm always a subject of his lens testing. And so I said, okay, you got to turn the table around. I want to shoot him too. So then we were actually staying at a hotel. And then I was playing with my new camera at that time. It was a Hasselblad S2D. And then I want to shoot it using the timer and see if I can get a shot using the self-timer of the camera. So there was an early morning. I saw the beautiful light coming out from the window. I said, hey, come on, John, give me like a couple intimacy shot, right? And so he was like, okay. He was so unwilling to do that. And was able to take 1 or 2 shots. And then I find out there's a trick to it, to this kind of self-portraiture. Normally, I would just set the timer for like 10 to 15 seconds and press the shutter button and then run all the way, to there, pre-focus it, and run all the way to the location and then wait. And then that's it, 1 shot. And I just find out this is stupid. Then I have to shoot many times, going back and forth. So what I did is I set my camera on interval.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then I set it for every 4-5 seconds, it takes one shot. So I was able to keep this guy for a while. So the camera was shooting on its own, few times. So that I was able to finally get a few shots of John and me together.
Yeah, it's
John,
such a wild
Thank
idea.
you for showing us the tender side of John. We didn't know that he has a soft, tender side, but now we know he has that too.
This is what I call
John,
the perfect blackmail photo.
did you get some photos like that of him with the plana as well?
So I quite like the lighting from that hotel window. So
Beautiful.
I think it's great, very beautiful show light and shadow.
Yeah. And Diana, now we know that you can make any subject beautiful.
Ooh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Ooh.
Sorry, John. I could have
You gotta
passed.
get an intimate portrait of John cuddling with his plena.
To be getting John in the planet.
Make something light, Diana.
I don't know how many planners I've sold.
It might
Next time
steam
you'll
up
be
the
holding
lens
your
too much.
planner.
Now I'm gonna put up the last shot you sent me, and you have this must have a fantastic story, because I remember I know I sent you a comment in the email with my sarcastic wit. So but I will let you explain this last photo, because this is something we could have a lot of fun with John on this one. I love this.
Oh my God.
You want to explain this, John?
Yeah, I was at an adult movie theater. No, we went to see Top Gun Maverick at a IMAX theater, and it was like during the end of the COVID thing, so nobody's at the movie theater. It's just me in this huge theater. So then Diana says, "I just turn your phone on," and she went down there and took the shot.
Yeah, this is the first outing after the COVID, and I remember it was June 1st, and it was showing Top Gun, right, the Maverick, right? And so and I said, okay, we got to see that. We were wearing masks and all that, spraying every single chair around us, so scared of the germs, and there was only 3 people in the whole cinema. Nobody dared to go, so we had the whole cinema by ourselves, and this was actually shot with an iPhone. And so I went down, and then I saw these rows of red chairs with the number, and then John is by himself, looking a bit lonely. So, and I said, "Hey, John," and he's checking on his phone, and then suddenly I see the light that kind of like it gives enough light to show his face. So I take a shot with the iPhone, and I think the pattern is quite nice, and the uniform
it's
color.
Funny, I thought you guys went to a movie that had to be like really, really bad, and nobody wanted to go.
Actually, it was a very good movie.
Yes, it was. Yes, I saw it.
Very good. Yeah, so yeah, this is one of the shot that I quite like because of this pattern and then the leading lines.
Exactly.
Yeah, so and even though it's a shot on iPhone, so I quite like it.
Yeah, but look how sharp you look at the number 14 on the first chair in the foreground, and you look how sharp that 14 is, like all the way back to the back to his seat, basically.
Exactly.
Before it starts getting a little bit soft, maybe, but right to his seat, that number 14 is sharp.
Yeah, and Diana, the fact that the light was fading away from you, but then he has the spotlight of his phone. It's fantastic. Congratulations, great capture here. It doesn't matter what you use. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I noticed that I really like the light from the iPhone, and
Exactly.
it always give that extra light to the subject when they hold the phone and they're looking at it, and always give a very beautiful effect.
So Diana, you're calling this an iPhone shot?
Yeah, this is an iPhone.
Yeah, but it's an iPhone shot. Yeah.
No,
This is an iPhone shooting iPhone.
it works. It works. It captured the moment, and you have one more shot of your husband, who probably doesn't let you take too many pictures of him. So that's worked out good.
And there's no dead body.
And no bodies. Well, there's no bodies. Yeah.
What you're really doing is trying out for Nat Geo, because if you can get some bangers of him, then you can get any critter in the wild.
Thank you so much for sharing your images, both you and John. We always appreciate it when you send stuff in.
Thank you so much. I enjoy, watching your show, even though I sometimes I just listen to what you guys are talking about in the background.
Well, we tend to put people to sleep after the first 2 hours, so we understand that.
And today we have some fantastic photos so far. I mean, I think this is the best ever.
I like your still photo, the seal with the teeth. That was cute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Gustavo's the dangerous those dangerous shots where I wouldn't want those teeth chomping on me. Actually, the teeth I've seen of nature, I don't want any of them chopping on me, to be honest with you. But thank you so much. We're gonna backtrack here and show Mr. Stewart's images.
Okay, good.
We're getting near the we're getting near the last, I'd say 10 shots, 10, 12 shots for the show. 12:30. We've done fairly well time wise. So let me bring up.
Not bad.
No, we'll bring up David's shot. David's shot was number 69 out of 80. And it's going to take a second for it to show up on the screen because the hard drive is thinking about it.
You're going to have to get foot pedals for your computer.
Yeah, I don't feed the animals in my hard drive well enough to keep the disk spinning constantly. That's what it is. So this is David's first image. I'll let him take over here.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the bridge going between New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. It's called the Confederation Bridge, and the federal government, through the Constitution, is required to maintain a link between Prince Edward Island and the mainland. So a number of years ago, they built this bridge. It's it's more than 10 kilometers long.
Mm-hmm.
But every time that I go by it, I got to stop. And this is taken from the New Brunswick side because you can access the end of the bridge from the New Brunswick side, but not from the PEI side. So, and this was in the evening. This, I think it was about 25 seconds. And so Jeffrey has got the...
you got 25, you guessed good, 25 seconds, 26 millimeter, F9, ISO 320.
Yeah. And I purposely don't say what camera or lens that I'm using because it shouldn't matter.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if, I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I have a fear of heights, so I don't like driving on bridges. And I know you'll never have to worry about me driving through your neck of the woods, David, because I'll never go on that bridge. If it's 10 miles plus long, it ain't going to happen. I won't be on it.
This is on the right coast, and I live closer to the left coast. But just at
Yeah,
my.
we're landlocked, all prairies.
Yeah.
But great shot, David, as always. We'll put up your second one here and let you. This is
a sunset shot in downtown Charlottetown. It was on my way to dinner with friends of mine. We get together every Christmas, or they get together, and when I'm around, I get together with them also. But this is I don't know what the building is, but it's in front of it. In the summer, it's all full of boats and whatever, like small stuff, and it was just, I figured it looked really nice and for a long exposure. Then we got the lights and the boat docks, they were moving because I took a number of shots, and then I looked at them afterwards, and every shot that I took, the dock was in a different place.
no. This is I like the clouds in the sky add to it too, and obviously the reflections in the water are great.
Beautiful.
Well done. I mean, and you got the nice star patterns on all your lights.
Yeah.
Of
and
course,
it wasn't cold.
Yeah, you shot at F-22 on this shot, so
Yeah.
You made sure you had
frozen. So
That RF glass is looking great, David.
very nice.
What was that?
Somebody's mic died. Might have been
can you hear me
Joe.
now? Can you hear me now?
You do it.
Yeah, David, I was just saying that RF shot looks great. I love the Canon glass.
So you doing mic drop on us there, Joey?
Doing what I can, messing stuff up.
Jeffrey, could you read the XF data for Eva?
Yes, this was F-22, 10 seconds, 82 millimeters, ISO 32.
Yeah, Eva, this is what shot with the full frame.
And then David sent in one more here that we will jump to here.
Ooh.
And this is Calgary. And well, I had fun with this because I was out shooting. And all of a sudden, my camera decided it wasn't going to write to the card, to my SD card. So I took it out because I got the CF Express card in there also. And I reformatted my SD card, and I kept on shooting. And when I got home, my computer wouldn't read my CF Express card.
Ooh. Why?
That is a good question, John. And but what I managed to do is I plugged my camera into the data port, and I was able to download the images from the data port.
Oh.
And
broken
I
card?
got that. Pardon?
Broken. Was the card broken?
I'll finish the story here. Is afterwards when I put the card into the computer said that the card had to be formatted, and so you can never format in the computer, you format in the camera. So go to format in the camera, and the camera wouldn't format it. So then I formatted the card in the computer and then into the camera, and now everything is copacetic. So, but I did have a backup copy on SnapBridge on the cloud.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but I managed to get it off the card using the camera. But that's the first time I've ever heard of anybody having a problem with a CF Express card, but I don't think it was the card. I think it is something to do with the camera. And what, I don't know. But it only happened once. And usually I have second everything with me except for that morning. But the other thing with this shot is this is a composite. I shot about 100 and some shots, and then I put them together.
You put 100 pictures together?
Well, out of the 100 pictures, I picked 4.
Oh, I see. And then you
and then
merged.
no, I didn't do that. Is what I did is I took the sky out of one and put it in this one. So I ended up out of the 100, I only used 2. Yeah. So that the sky was taken at a different time than the buildings in the water.
Looks awesome.
David, on that last shot, the previous shot, do you remember? I gave Ava the wrong EXIF data. I sent her the right information. I was looking at the wrong row of information that you sent me. It was 26 millimeters at f9, 25 seconds, ISO 320 was the previous shot. Was that was a fixed? What brand lens? She wants to know what lens it was. What was it? A Nikon glass or was it?
It's Nikon.
So it's a Nikon.
At 24 to 120.
Okay, that was a 24 to 120 at 26 millimeters.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go, Ava. Hopefully. Yeah, David, David, you have way too much hard drive space if you can stack all these images together. You got to have gigantic files, man. I don't know.
I just added a 16 terabyte drive to my Drobo today. I took out an 8 and put in a 16.
Wow.
But
yeah, you need it when you're doing images like this.
Like one drive is 39 terabytes, and the other drive is 32
terabytes.
Yeah.
David's got enough computing power to run a whole business. No problem.
Well, actually, most of the engineering companies that I work with, their storage space is a lot smaller than mine.
You need to get petabytes.
I think you run all the Google servers for like all of Canada. So much storage, man. I'm jealous. My hard drive fills up with like one video project. It's like one at a time, and it's just awful.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Joe,
sorry, these are NAS drives. They're not on my computer.
Yeah. Joey, I just wanted to say everybody loved your images, man.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Sorry I missed it. I was at this fashion. Oh, this probably says my volume's a bit low. Hold on, I'll turn it up. Is that better? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep, the static is gone. Every once in a while we get the static.
Sorry about that. I'm using my condenser. Yeah, no, I was at that bridal fashion show tonight for the wedding, and it was awesome. But I was checking in to see the photos as much as I could just with my phone.
No, your shots were great. Everybody loved them. David kind of had an idea of where you took them from, so he was able to kind of let everybody know where you were for most of your shots, if not all of them. So that helped out.
Well, thank you, David. I appreciate that. Good to have the local insight.
Yeah, and Joe, we were asking if some of these were taken with film, or did a film emulation on your photos?
Yeah, all of it was 100% digital. The ones that looked a bit more filmish, I shot that with my ZV-1 and actually in full auto, actually. And then I did like a film. I have a film simulation I like using on Capture One, so I threw that on top and just leaned into the noise that was already in the image because it was on a 91-inch sensor. So just leaned into that and made it a bit grainier.
Yeah, it has that filmy look.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was trying to make it look like I shot Fuji. I don't know. I love Fuji. Oh, you know, I used to when I.
Well, that's going to be your next camera, right? Once you get tired
Oh
of the
man,
Panasonic, you're
no.
gonna.
It was so actually after my Nikon D7100, my first camera I had, first mirrorless camera was a Fuji X-T20, and I was living in Seoul at the time, and like I was broke AF, could not get any gear, so I bought this X-T20, and I didn't have a single lens for it, so I had to buy all these vintage lenses, and I had no idea what I was doing. Like I'd only shot in full auto up until that point, and you know, it was funny because I would post these photos. People were like, man, these are looking super filmy. Are you using a Fuji? I'm like, yes, and no autofocus, full manual. And I had no idea that shooting wide open wasn't always the best thing to do.
Well, we've only got, let's see, 6 images left. So
Yeah.
we'll do the
I'm going to make
images.
one other comment on these pictures. Is that when it's cold out, you have to be able to operate your camera with your gloves on.
Yeah, there was.
And when I go up to Yellowknife, I'll have a mitt on one hand and I'll have a glove in the other. And then usually what happens is the glove is only on when I'm touching the camera and or running the controls, because otherwise that hand is inside the mitt because it's too cold for gloves. You've got to have mitts. And
well, sometimes even with the Z6, like it would slow down to the point where like the screen was like lagging because it was so cold out. Like it's even for your gear, like it can be hard sometimes.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. You know, and that's probably one of the reasons why I still use my 850 and my 810A is I don't have that problem with them because I don't look at the screen. Yeah.
Oh, that's
David could tell you as the cameras like breathe their last breath and they're struggling.
I know what they sound like.
He knows what they sound like when they're ready to go.
Yeah. And that's when I turn them off and replace it with another one. So when I go to Yellowknife, I'm taking 3 cameras.
Nice. Hey guys, I'm gonna actually drop here. I'm gonna go, but just wanted to come by to say hi and great seeing y'all and happy to see positive vibes in the room. No, we won't give any more breath to that, but nice to see everyone just laying into the images and having a good time, and really awesome photos. I was only able to tune in off and on here tonight, but really great variety and some really cool stuff. Really motivational and keeps us out going, right? So great seeing y'all and happy belated New Year's, and we'll see you guys next weekend.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, you take care, and thanks for sending stuff in to us. We appreciate it, as always.
My pleasure. Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to 2 images that Rakesh sent in to us. So we'll start off with his first image.
Oh.
Rakesh did not. Give me a second here. I don't have any photo information in terms of camera or settings, but we'll just enjoy the images. So
where does Rakesh live?
I'm not sure. Is he Rakesh? If you're still in here, can you comment on John's query? Where exactly you live?
Because this picture looks cold.
Yeah, frost on that leaf.
On everything.
On everything, yeah, that's neat. David, that's like I mean, you could get a lot of shots like that in Canada.
Well, every day.
Maybe you just have too much snow. You don't really have frost, right? It just automatically snows all the time.
Well, see, I can see snow out my living room window 10 months of the year.
Yeah. Oh, move, man, move.
Rakesh lives in Jersey.
Okay. Joyzy. We gotta say it right, John. We gotta say Joyzy.
He lives in New Jersey. What are you doing? You're cutting my heart out, huh, Rakesh?
Mm.
A frosty photo. Yeah, I like how it kind of brings out the veining in the leaf, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's cool.
Oh, I remember those days. Frozen
Oh,
leaves.
I don't miss them, Dave. You got 10 months of snow. I got 12 months of no snow. I love it.
No, Jeff, I didn't say I had 10 months of snow. I said I can see snow out my living room window 10 months of the year.
10
There
months
is a
of the year.
difference.
Okay.
I got we got two types of seasons, hot and hotter.
See I can see the Rockies out my living room window.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That's how I see the snow.
Here you save a lot of money on clothes. It's just shorts and t-shirt, $360.
Flip flops everywhere, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
No winter clothes.
And like $400 doesn't buy you a decent parka here.
Oh, which reminds me, you must wear a Canada Goose.
No, I use a different company based in Winnipeg.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I have a military jacket. Well, actually, my two heaviest coats have foam insulation in them, and they work when they're wet, also. You know, and they're, it's and I haven't worn my two heaviest winter coats any amount in the last 4 or 5 years, but I'm taking one of them up with me when I go to Yellowknife because it will be cooler up there.
Oh, for sure.
Cooler.
Because if the sky is clear, -40 will be a warm night.
You can have it, buddy. You can have it.
Yeah.
I'm going to put up Rakesh's second shot here that he sent in.
Beautiful, Rakesh. That one. Oh, that's great.
Wow. Rakesh.
There's no
Rakesh,
ice in this one.
you want to comment as to where this image was taken, or what location? If you're still here, hopefully.
He's here. He's here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is neat. Like the lead, I like the lines, following that circular
Yeah. And that
pattern
reflection. So still.
Yeah, very good.
And the
Killer.
reflection just touching the edge of it.
Oh, it's in Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
Where?
Well done.
Bandon, Oregon. Okay.
Bandon, Oregon. Yeah.
Great photo.
I know there are some people that sent me some images in my email, and I will show them. I'm going to show the few images that I threw in here, and then I will go into my emails, and I will just open it up from my email and share it on the screen. But if you can, please, in the future, try to get me these images where we're not looking at them during the show, because let me tell you, I had 80 images tonight. I will not sit here and bellyache about how much time I had to spend working with 80 images and the content and everything. And but I'd like to at least have the opportunity to handle the images during the week and not live during the show. So I'd appreciate you sending them in earlier. We all know when the photo reviews are. We have plenty of time to send them in.
Yeah. Rakesh, this is late in the afternoon. Beautiful image. I love it.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Like the color. Okay, so before I go to the ones in the emails, and then we'll have a little bit of discussion period after the photos, and I can just say that amazing imagery tonight, and this will probably go down as one of the best photo sharing events that we've had, I think, ever. to be honest with you.
Wow.
So I'll throw up a few of mine, and then you guys will have to be a little bit patient with me as I reorganize my screen here and bring up the images from my email content. So I'll bring up a few shots here that I took, and I'll go through them quick. I did not, with the craziness of this week and everything going on and handling all these images and everything, I did not. I take certain images and I put them in a folder that I would use if I want to make a print out of them or whatever, or if I want to put them in a future YouTube video or when I do my content. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't have the time to go back and find a native file to get the EXIF data. So I have no data to share with you. I could just share. I'm just going to share you the images. So obviously this is a black and white conversion. I'm sure it was taken, if I had to guess, it was taken with the Z9 with the 800 PF, and just converted it to a black and white.
Great use of black and white here, Jeff. It's not truly high key, but it's because the light was soft. But it's a good image for sure.
I tell you, I love eagles. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to not like an eagle shot. You know, I mean, they're just great. They're just great. They just look like they, they know they're the king. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
They just know they're in charge, and they just have that look to them. That presence that they have is like it's amazing. They're just crazy good birds to take pictures of when you get a chance.
Good subject for sure.
Now the next shot is also of an eagle, but this next shot is a juvie, and this is an extremely strong backlit image that I managed to salvage in post. But I like how all the edges of the feathers are defined, and you get some of the light kind of like trying to shine through some of the feathers. Managed, I think, to salvage the picture, halfway decent, considering that the lighting was very difficult.
For sure.
It's a great shot, Jeff.
Again, Jeff, this is what we can do with a modern camera, correct? In the past, you didn't have the dynamic range to bring in the shadows, correct?
Correct. Yeah. You just this on a film camera, this would be forget it, throw it away.
Exactly.
Forget it.
Now the next image is also of a bird of prey. This is an osprey with its lunch. And what I like about this image is if you look at the claw on the back leg, and you look below it, you can see where it cut into the body of the fish. You can see the blood. You can see like a line going right up from the belly of the fish up to the claw. So that's kind of neat.
And the front claw is on the head.
Yeah, and the other claw is on the head. Yeah.
I got a question, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
When you take a shot of a picture of an apex predator like this, eagle or a kite or whatever, where do you want the position of the wing to make it a compelling shot? Straight out, bent like this?
Well, I think when they're bent, you get more of a sense of them flying. It gets a little more it gets a little difficult sometimes when it's posed like this, because you're dealing with, now you got some shade from its own body. You get some shade, or sometimes too much shade underneath the wings, where it's bent, where it folds over. Sometimes it gives you a difficulty with the lighting. But usually, I mean, this is obviously one of a series of shots, and I'll end up with a half a dozen or more images with different wing positions.
Yeah, well, exactly. So when you took this, I'm sure you took what, 20, 30 frames?
Oh, I probably took, I probably took at least I'd say a dozen at least or more.
Okay,
Yeah.
so of the dozen, which one do you choose?
The nicer one.
Well, I mean, I liked this one because I like the positioning of the claws, of the talons on the fish. I like the fact that it showed the cut in the body and a little bit of red there. And I did like the head's not blown out. The eye has enough the eye has enough lighting on it. The shadows aren't too dark. And I got lucky enough, which is very rare where I live, where I get a sky that has a blue sky that has some white fluffy clouds or gray clouds in it, because usually I have all white, all gray, all blue. I don't have any fluffy anything in the sky down here for the most part. So combination of a lot of things made me pick this particular image. And I don't have a problem with, some people do, but I don't have a problem with shooting at just knocking the shutter speed down just a little bit so the wing tips are blurry. So that also gives you a sense of movement as well. So you got the positioning of the wing, and the wing tips are slightly blurred, but the head and most of the body and the fish are sharp.
Okay.
This last image is of a bird that I had to look through the bird guide, and see if it really belonged in Myrtle Beach. And I found out that it is in South Carolina, but this particular bird, a gentleman drove by and he rolled his window down. And he says, "I've lived here 30 years and I've never seen one of those here." Now they're very, very common in like Pennsylvania and in colder areas of the country. But I've never seen one. I've only been down here living for 6 years, but I've never seen one in the park in 6 years. And this is this is a snow goose.
Mm.
What I did with this image is, I got a lot of images of the snow goose, and what I did here to kind of dramatize it a little bit was I intentionally cropped it to focus on to be able to focus on its teeth and show its teeth. And then I went and I used the brush and I lightened up the area on the inside of the mouth and just down the one side of the upper part of the bill. And I think you could see what I'll do is, let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit so that you see it better. All right, give me a. So so I wanted to show those teeth. This is 300% crop. Probably a bit much, but
Z9.
Yeah, Z9. I'm gonna knock the crop down to 200%.
And the speed, Jeff?
What's that?
The shutter speed?
Let me see.
You can see that there is water in his mouth, correct? So it must be very high, at least above 1,000 over 1/1600.
Well, I can't get that EXIF data, unfortunately, because of how where I'm showing it from.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Fast
no,
enough.
I do not believe I was anywhere near a thousandth of a second.
Okay.
I was probably a lot slower than that because the bottom draw line is it's a little bit sharp in the foreground, near closest to the water, and then it kind of blurs out as you go backwards towards the farther into the mouth. But you know, you got the water spilling over there, and I kind of like this image. I like I said, I intentionally cropped it because I wanted to basically emphasize the shearing action of the teeth, because actually if you look at the teeth from a swan's teeth are not as sharp as these. A swan, you look at a swan and it's like has ridges in it, but you don't have really the triangular shape that you have on this snow goose. The teeth on this snow goose are a lot more aggressive to kind of like chop up the the grasses into smaller pieces. So it was kind of interesting, I thought, anyway.
Beautiful.
So I'm not going to, because we got more images to look at from the emails, and want to talk a few minutes about a few other things. I'm going to get out of this mode here and go into the emails in a second.
But I agree with you where you're working on that, that we have a fantastic review tonight. I mean, I think it's probably the best. The variety and the quality of the images that we have, remarkable. So you that came late, we'll encourage you to have a look at them. I know Jeff at the end always tried to cycle to a lot of the images quickly, but wow, guys, I'm amazed and humbled, but all the data that all the photos you guys sent, fantastic. Great quality.
Yeah. Everybody's, I mean, whether it be portrait photography, street photography, wildlife, street, you name it. It was all exceptional. Everybody should be very proud of their work.
And tremendous creative work. A lot of creativity.
Yeah. And if my opinion's worth anything, which I don't know if it really is or not, I appreciate it. And I'm always, this is from Arthur Smith, I'm always stunned by what I see from people. It's just incredible. And here Arthur's got a great shot of a capture from an osprey right over the water, and you can see the tree line in the background. And ospreys are really, really tough because because you have enough white on them, and it's predominantly the underbelly, okay, and you got it on the top of their head. And if you're exposing for the bird in flight, okay, in the sky, and you're set up for that, and you don't change your settings quickly, when that bird hits the water, it's going to be so blown out, it'll be unusable. Because there's such, first of all, the osprey hits the water so hard and the water splashes up. So all of a sudden you got all this water airborne, and the sunlight's reflecting off that water. You got the white belly. The fish is close. The legs are white. Okay. The belly area is white. And usually the sun will be hitting it on the side. and blow it out. So sometimes, because it's very, very hard, and this is where I had the suggestion one time. I says, I wish Nikon had a program function where I could program a button so I can be +2, okay, +2 stops in the sky when I'm shooting in the sky, and then have it back to 0 or maybe even minus, 0.3 or minus 0.7 when it hits the water, because there's that big of a difference with with your settings on your camera from the sky shot versus the water shot. And so, like, people will get frustrated that maybe I'm shooting with, and I'll say, well, sometimes what you got to do is pick one or the other. Okay. It's more exciting to get a picture of it getting the fish than you can get it in the sky all day long, right? So you want to focus, get your exposure right for when it hits the water, get that shot. You're going to have plenty of opportunities to get it just flying around in the sky. So if you try to do both, usually you fail. Usually you fail.
Yeah, the actually, that's a good comment there, Jeff. That it would be nice to have a function which is auto no highlight clipping, correct? So something that prevents you from blowing your highlights, and because everything, if you don't blow your highlight, you can recover almost everything else. And actually, next week we can talk a little bit about that. But this is, Arthur, this is a good photo.
Well, you do have that highlight metering mode on the Z9. Okay. You do have a highlight metering mode. Okay. That does help a little bit to knock down the highlights when you're taking a picture of subjects that are highly that are white, that have a lot of white in them. So you do have that in the metering system.
Okay.
And I have used that once in a while, and it's far from perfect, but it does make it better. It does make it better.
I even created a slide, so we can talk about that next week. I sent it to you because it was a interesting discussion there, Jeff. But Arthur, fantastic photo. So beautiful. And
yeah, I think I got a few more from a few other people, and then we will. I got a little bit of material that I can share, and then we will. And then we will
let you go to sleep.
I guess I knew I wasn't really going to get much.
Well, but what he should do is drive to the meetup place and go to sleep in the car there, and then you can probably sleep longer.
So let me.
You see, Jeff, when you're preparing there, this is when you are young. You do what Dave is saying here. What the heck? I'm already up. Let me keep up until the next morning. But at our age, you cannot do that anymore.
Yeah, I think all three of us are the same age, maybe John included, or within a couple of years.
This is from. Give me a second to get the. This is from Tim Hunter.
Okay.
This is from Tim Hunter. I wanted to. So he's got this image here.
Beautiful
and,
position of the eye, of the wing.
I wonder where, Tim, if you're here, do you where was that? Wondering where you got this shot. That's all. So let me go back. He had one other one here. They were kind of together. Give me a second. Get out of that. Come on.
Well, says that it was a bird show in a zoo.
This isn't going to look too good because of how I'm doing it, so I'm going to apologize. But I don't have time to suck this in and fool around with it, and just you know, you're gonna see half of half of an image and the rest of another one. So I can't do much about that. So there, you can look at the one underneath.
Oh, okay.
With it in flight, and we will. I wonder if that was like, oh, you know what? That might have been at like a show somewhere where they take care of birds that are injured or whatever, and then they train them, you know, and then they have them fly from a post to another post, and people get pictures of it because it looks like on the bottom shot here, might be people sitting here or standing here.
That's what he said.
Yeah, bird show in a zoo. Bird show in a zoo, he says. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. They have a birds of prey facility like an hour and a half away from me, or thereabouts, hour and 15 minutes. And they basically rescue and try to save birds that have got hit by cars, got wounded in that sort of manner, and you know, and the ones that can't ever fly or be released into the wild, you know, they have them in large caged areas, and they feed them and they take care of them. They don't put them down or anything, but they try to rehabilitate the eagles and especially owls. Owls get creamed down here like you wouldn't believe. I could drive on the highway some days and see. I could just tell by the wings. I could just tell that's an owl, that's an owl, that's an owl, and you know, I might see 3 or 4 that got flattened out by cars because they're not smart enough to. If they're chasing a rodent across the highway or whatever, they're oblivious to the cars driving on the highway, and they just get taken out all the time. I mean, it's crazy, you know, what happens. But let me see if I have any. I'm not going to go through and show all the images, folks. I mean, I don't want to be here till 4 a.m. So give me.
Well, that's the time you got to get up. So you got to finish before then.
So let me see if I have anything that I wanted to. No, I do not. I'm not broadcasting in 4K. I can't actually. You have different tiers with Restream in terms of quality, and given the fact that well, let's say I'm just a cheap son of a gun because I'm paying for this on my own dime, and I have it so I can have 10 people on the chat, but I'm not showing images at 4K. That's I'm not going to crank out the dough for that. So we have to you have to tolerate my cheapness. I won't have any money to buy gear, man, if I'm paying it all on Restream.
Well,
so
once you get your 1,000 subscribers, then we can start sending you money.
Yeah, that I'm not worrying about that ever happening. But I'm thrilled. I am thrilled tonight, guys, with the images that we saw. I mean, I tell you, you know, we could take all these images and put them in a doggone book, and people would buy it. I mean, these are exceptional images by everyone. Everybody should be really proud of their work. I'm just going to bring out, I'm going to skip some of the Nikon rumor stuff. It's not anything. The only thing I'm going to mention is they had a list of best-selling cameras at Map Camera, which was Japan's largest store. And the top 3, I'll just say the top 3 was the Z8 was number 1, the Canon EOS R6 II was number 2, and the Nikon ZF was number 3. But what surprised me was number 7 was a Ricoh GR3X. So I'm saying to myself, okay, that did not like ring a bell in my head. What is a Ryko GR3X? Well, it's a 24.2 megapixel APS-C CMOS sensor with a built-in 26.1 millimeter f2.8 lens, 3-inch touchscreen, only does 1080 60p, 14-bit DNG files or JPEG files. It has 3-axis shake reduction, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, in-camera RAW editing. You can actually edit the photo in the camera. The startup time is fast, 0.8 seconds. Okay, so it looks like a point-and-shoot camera, you know? I mean,
Yeah,
it has great image quality. It's promoted as a street photography camera. And it is a hefty price for what one would think is a point and shoot camera, but supposedly or presumably the image quality is outstanding. It's $1,046, and it's number 7. It's number 7 on the best-selling camera sales at Japan's largest store. And I had to look that camera up and do a little research on it because
I traded it in. I could have sold it to you.
How often do you see a Ryko camera on a top-selling camera list? Oh, you had it, John?
A lot. Yeah, I had it. I used it a lot, and then I traded it in because, I mean, it sounds cool, but it has its issues too.
Limitations.
Well, the not limitations, but it's just quirky. You know, sometimes I'm shooting, and all of a sudden the settings change. Like, what did I touch this time? You know,
Okay.
because it's small and you put it in your pocket or something,
Yeah.
and it just like, now how did it get from here to there? Well, what? And then I just said, look, you know, I just had enough of it. And then the pictures, the images are, you know, they're fantastic, but it's just not me. You know,
Yeah.
I rather use an iPhone. It does the same thing, if not better. At least I can talk on the iPhone, right? And it's just another thing I had to have, and I took it to Phuket with me for the vegetarian festival, and I did win a prize with it. And then you put on this 21 mm adapter lens doohickey. You know, it was pretty heavy, but what did I pay? $800, $1,000. It's not cheap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not cheap. No,
So
it's not. It's not cheap.
I could have sold it to you for $600 if you wanted it. I didn't know you want one.
Oh no, I'm not saying I want one.
I would have mailed it to you.
I'm just saying I find it interesting because I certainly didn't expect to see that kind of a camera in the top 10.
Well, because the hipsters like it.
Yeah.
If you use a Fuji, what is it? What's that one? 100V.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. You know, the trendy one. It's a hipster camera. All the hipsters like it.
Well, that doesn't fit me. I'm not a hipster.
Well, you were.
Hey, at my age, I got to make sure I don't break my hipster.
Hip replacer.
Hip replacer. Yeah, we're the hip replacer crowd.
Although young, with all these young people walking with their phones and not watching, they're going to have a free replacement too before us.
Diana still uses hers. It's okay.
Another interesting story is, if you guys probably saw it, was Nikon, Sony, and Canon are developing camera technology that's going to embed the digital signatures in the images, so it's easy to tell whether they're fake images or real images, or whether they want authentication technology for photojournalists and other professionals to make sure that that they're not AI images. They want to make sure that they're real images that you took with a camera and you did the settings and so on.
Let me tell you who's going to get rich from this. It's the lawyers. They're the ones that are going to get rich from this. Come on. Yeah. What are you going to do? Debate this and pay the legal fees to do this? Forget about it. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a bit much.
Now
Well,
the go
I'll
ahead,
put a
Guy.
disclaimer on my pictures right now. But what you see is what I saw in my mind, not necessarily what the camera saw.
But the current version of Photoshop already, when you take your images and you save it into JPEG, it actually asks you whether you want to embed information about the manipulation that was done in the image. So already we see some records of how the image was treated, and this is the version that we have today. So this goes beyond that. But the question is how easy will be to alter those information. I suppose, Jeff, that it will be some sort of encryption so that you cannot change it. I think it's possible.
They're going to be able to tell if they weren't native files and they weren't out of the camera and they weren't fooled with, So, I mean, I'm sure that's part of that reason is simply for photo contests as well. You got some real high-end photo contests where, the prizes are pretty lucrative and what it could do for your career could be a real big deal. And you don't want people winning these contests with basically AI generated imagery.
Exactly. And the credibility, John, of photojournalists like yourself, correct?
Well, I mean, okay, for photojournalists, it's very, very simple to spot that stuff out because you're so restrictive on what you can and cannot do, and the definition of retouching / manipulation
Exactly.
/ alternating the pictures. It's very simple. The only thing you can do is that you can crop, you can adjust the curves, and that's about it to leave the integrity of the image.
You guys keep it going. My dog is missing. I'm assuming she's by the door and needs to go out, so I got to run downstairs. So you guys keep it going until I get back.
But John, you see now the camera will have an encrypted file that when you submit your photos, let's say to your editor, and the editor publish that photo, they will know that photo is legal. You didn't add anybody. You didn't bring anybody into the photo. So I think for photojournalism, it basically a good thing because it basically, as you saw it, as you took it with no manipulation. So I think for that type of image is very good.
Well, I think it'll just be a matter of time and somebody figure out a way around it.
Well, see, the question is, like David, is okay, if you use Topaz, right? Topaz, is that legit or not? Denoiser, if you use AI denoiser or AI sharpening, is that legit or is that AI?
Well, I get into that argument all the time with one of the clubs that I'm with about what you can use and what you can't, and
define it.
Yeah, and they've got to come up with a list of rules that it defines about what you can do and what you can't. Because if I put a watermark on my picture, that's manipulating it.
Correct.
Yeah, and if I crop it, if I do anything to it, it's manipulating it. And so you have to say how much is allowable and how much is not.
Well, so there's a definition between manipulation and retouching. They're not the same.
Yes, but they have to be defined.
Well, yeah, in most cases, commercially and professionally, there is a definition between the two, between manipulation. Manipulation is usually the fact of putting something or taking away something that wasn't there.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the obvious.
Yeah, but what I always do with this is say, can I do things to my pictures that I used to do in the dark room?
Well, dark room is manipulation too, right?
Oh yeah, it is.
Retouching. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
dodging, burning, blah blah
Yeah,
blah,
and
cropping.
and taking stuff out and putting stuff in.
Yeah,
We did that too.
yeah, you can do that. So this is where I think the genre is. It depends on if you're doing a photo contest as opposed to professionally. Because if you do professionally, like ads or for I always keep saying
It's
shampoo ads or
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, heavy manipulation and retouching is very important because you're selling a product. But putting things that don't exist, no. So retouching professionals is a different career in itself. Those retouchers that will retouch for you using Photoshop, I mean, it's a different language, and they're charging $150 an hour.
Exactly. But John, the issue is that everything on this software, this new software that is coming, and I think some of that is already on the current version of Adobe, it basically encrypt all that information in the file. So when somebody opened that, he said, hey, this person did these adjustments, and somebody will have to judge whether those adjustments are okay. But if you, let's say you added a monkey to the photo, it will tell you he went in and added a monkey.
Yeah, but then you'd have to go to Photoshop to Adobe, and are they going to comply with that?
I think that's the idea. That
what if they say no, we don't want to comply?
Yeah.
Then what?
But see, Gustavo, when you do that, it goes into the Photoshop file. You save the history. But if I take that and I make a JPEG, I remove all the history.
But it's encrypted in the JPEG. I believe that's what they're going to do. That it will be encrypted, even if you go, like John was saying, correct? And we can discuss that another time. If you get it through, they say you get your raw file, NFE, for us in Nikon, and you convert that into an NG, and then you put that one into Adobe, and it becomes a PSD file. It will take all those steps.
Yeah, but Gustav, if you leave it as a raw file, if you leave it as a PSD file, and you send that, you're out of a job. They'll kill you. Your photo editor, your client will kill you if you send a PSD file.
No, of course. But then when you submit your final JPEG, correct? It will
you send a TIFF file, and everything you've done is flattened. You see, once you flatten the image, that's it.
Yes, but it will encrypt in the photo all the steps that you took to take it from the NFE to the TIFF file. That's what I understand.
Yeah.
We will find out.
But Gustavo, to do that, it will no longer be a JPEG. It'll be some other new format that most cameras cannot, or most computers cannot read right now.
We're going to see it, guys. That's what Jeffrey was saying.
It'll be a while before it happens.
I can see a lot of holes in this thing. It's just awfully hard to enforce, and it depends on the where you're doing your who your clients are. And
I believe you, John. It's not simple, and there'll be a Russian programmer or 100 Russian programmers with their way around it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, yeah.
And it'll be a big race to see who can keep ahead.
And the camera business now, they're not even gearing. All these cameras are like based on software now, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Nikon's going to be at the CES show, Consumer Electronics Show. What are they doing there for? They should be at the photo show. No, now they're in CES because it's a gadget.
Well, the thing is, they better hire some better programmers. Well,
I'm sure that Nikon they're using third. They outsource all their software.
Well, they shouldn't be. That should all be in house, and they should have the good.
It should be, but I don't think so.
Because you look at
smart.
Because you look at SnapBridge and how well it works. And the thing with that is,
Sucks.
well,
Average.
but the thing is Nikon controls the cameras. They can build that camera so it works with SnapBridge. They write the software, you know, and all they have to do is have it work with either an Android or an iPhone, and that's it. And that's the
SnapBridge.
simple part.
Their
But-
NX, you know, they bought that software company, you know, NX, right? They didn't develop that. They bought that from
Mhm.
You know,
From
it's
somebody
usually
else.
cheaper to buy it originally, but when it comes to doing the upgrades, they should be doing that in house.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
like
sure-
all the
I'm
new
sure
software
Nikon's
that's out
doing
now.
the-
Who's
I'm
writing
sure-
that?
I'm sure Nikon's doing the firmware, which is basically software that's embedded in chips. Okay, you don't have a disk drive in there or anything. It's baked in on programmable PALs or EPROMs or whatever they may use. And that I'm sure is developed in house by Nikon. But when it comes to any of the software that is for your post processing, I that I can see them outsourcing that and having somebody do that for them. Or like you said, they bought the company. So if you can't do it yourself, somebody else does it, and then you buy them, and then they become part of you. But
Yeah, well, that's what Apple does.
yeah.
But all that software that's coming out from Nikon within the last 12 months, all those huge, beautiful software, somebody else is right. They bought that company.
Yeah.
Remember the compression software Tico Raw that is at the core of the C9? That was a Belgian company, correct? That developed.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I just want to remind everybody, because the clock is ticking in terms of how many days you could save money. I mentioned it at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
You can get a refurb Z8 for $31.99, and you can get a refurb Z9 that's marked down as well as an extra 10% off. You can get a refurb Z9 for $4,049.
That's from Nikon, right?
That's from Nikon USA.
Wow.
Nikon USA. Okay, not a third-party repair place. This is straight from Nikon. Hey, I mean, if I had the money, I'd buy another Z9 right now for that $4,049.
You would?
Sure, I would.
Why?
Wouldn't think. I love the Z9. Great camera.
Two of them.
I'd have two of them. Yeah. Good to have a
one
backup.
for each eye.
Good to have one for each eye. Well, I got an eye behind my head that I don't show anybody, so sometimes you got to have the camera back there too.
No changing lenses, John. I will have to change lenses.
You don't have to change lenses yet.
I met a guy that shoots 3D video. He had dual cameras.
Yeah,
that's going all the time.
That's
okay.
true.
Let me ask you, Jeffrey. What's the possibility of this new update coming? This new massive update.
Oh, on a Z9 firmware update?
Yeah.
I think there will be one, but I don't think it's going to be in the next month. I mean, I don't think it's going to be. It'll be this year, I think, but not this month.
The one that folks are talking about. Right?
Well, I mean, you got to talk about something, right? I think the likelihood that, and Gray's I caught a Gray show that I was a couple episodes behind on Gray's, and they had a good conversation about, a Z9 II or whatever. And it's like, okay, from a hardware perspective, there is not really a lot more they can do hardware wise in a Z9, other than if they went and decided to go the route of the A9 III and put a global shutter in it, which has benefits and disadvantages at the same time. So then they carried over into, okay, well, they could easily do a firmware update to put the pre-capture or the capability for a RAW file. They could easily do a firmware update so that you could shoot 30 frames per second RAW versus the 20 frames per second that they have now. They could do that so easy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they could do that. They got the power and the processor to do it now.
Oh, okay.
So there's some what some people would consider significant improvements that they can make via firmware that I think everybody's now assuming that they're going to do, because they're probably not going to jump into a global shutter bandwagon until the global shutter is developed more and is improved upon from what is out there, or what is soon to be out there from Sony. So that's the feeling. That's why everybody's thinking there's going to be a big firmware upgrade. And well, I don't want to say how will it be a whole number, upgrade. Yeah, I think it will be. I think there's enough things that they can do to once again wow the pants off of us and make us think like we just got another new camera again without paying for it. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it's like, maybe it'll be one of those things they do it before the Olympics type of thing, but not necessarily in the next 30 to 45 days. I think it might be farther out than that.
Yeah. Before the C6 III or after?
After.
Okay.
You got to remember, you don't want to put all these positive events out at the same exact time.
Of course.
You have to stagger it.
Exactly.
Stagger it, because you have to keep people interested in the brand. If any of these companies like put all their chips on the table in the first quarter of a calendar year and did nothing for the rest of the year, no, that's not good marketing. You got to keep the interest in your product the whole year round. So you got to pick and choose and toss out that fish every month and a half, every 2 months, you toss out another fish. Oh, here's your 35 f1.2 lens. Boom. Okay. Here's your Z6 III. Boom. Okay. Little at a time. You got to keep
otherwise all the influencers will have nothing to talk about.
Sure. Right. Your free advertising would go away if you dump it all out in the first quarter of the year. You have to string it out. Even though it might be ready, you still have to string it out.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's how marketing works.
Timing is everything.
I'm going to just throw out a few. I don't know how people like my "Did you know" commentary from last live stream or not, but I'll throw a few "Did you knows" out there, and then we'll think about. We'll have closing comments, and we'll get ready to shut down because we're almost at 2:00 as it is already.
Exactly.
And I got to get up in 3.5 hours, and I didn't even go to bed yet. So here's a few did you knows. 127 film was introduced by Kodak in 1912 for use in one of their earliest folding cameras and discontinued in 1992. Now, 127 film is 47 millimeters wide versus 60 millimeters wide for 120 film. So there are videos out there on how to cut down 120 film to the 127 film size. I've never tried it. Some of them use like a cigar cutter and they dull one half of it and they sit there and they rotate it and they cut the width down. But you could buy like 127. They call it, B&H sells 127 Raripan 400 black and white for $12.99 at B&H. And there's a lot of vintage camera shops out there where they sell 127 film that's already been cut down and respooled. So you can get 127 film for those of you who buy a vintage camera and it uses 127 film. You're not doomed. You can get it, but you're going to pay extra for it. and that's that with that film. Now, did you know that the first digital camera, most of you probably know, maybe not the model number or how big it was, but the first digital camera was developed in 1975 by Eastman Kodak. Didn't look like a DSLR at all. It weighed almost 4 kilograms, which is 8.8 pounds, and it was the size of a toaster. So that was officially the first digital camera ever made, 1975. And of course, Kodak did not want to ever perceive that the film industry was going to potentially go away. So they hung on and did not invest and continue to invest in digital technology, and basically caused them to basically disappear for the most part. So for those of you who may buy vintage cameras, light meters in vintage cameras, especially ones that were with the selenium cells back in the 50s and the early 60s, seldom work if you were to buy one of them now. And so the question is, okay, why is that? Is it the selenium cell meters aren't any good themselves? And it isn't related to the selenium cell itself. It's how they sealed it. Okay, they used like a polyurethane compound to seal it, and that would break down, and then you'd get oxidation on the cell, and it wouldn't work anymore. So it wasn't so much the cell itself; it was how it was packaged, how it was sealed. That caused the problem.
So Jeff, I don't know if you know that, but I actually was reading it today that this selenium diodes that were used to do the metering was what led into the development of the digital photography. So because of course it's a diode, correct? Register the amount of light. So the first attempt to do a digital sensor was based on the metering system, right? So I mean that's like science work, correct? So the evolution. So,
yeah.
So to say, what can we use these metering diodes as a way of recording the voltage and the light? Correct. You need to put a lot of them. So actually, I was reading about that today. So funny that you mentioned it.
Now, this is also because a lot of this, did you know, is going to be about more old stuff. The main leaf shutter manufacturers, as quote unquote, back in the day, were Compur, okay, and they were like they were once the trademark of the Munich firm F. Deckel, and used on a lot, if not the majority of German cameras that were made in the early 1900s and later on, and they were eventually bought out by Carl Zeiss because Zeiss had the Zeiss Icon folding camera back in the day, and they were kind of trying to suck up everybody and buy everybody, and they want to have control of the market. So they bought the company, but then they still allowed Deckel to actually continue to manufacture the shutters, because Zeiss was not going to invest in all the equipment needed to manufacture the shutters. They just wanted to own the company that manufactured the shutters. So then you had, in Japanese cameras, you had Kopel and Seikosha, known as Seiko, were the two prominent Japanese manufacturers of leaf shutters, but they were basically copies of the German counterparts. They basically looked at what the Germans did, and then they copied it. So another did you know that I think is funny? What materials were used to cover camera bodies on cameras? Well, Leica used material called vulcanite, which, okay, was kind of was rubbery, very grippy, very tight on the body, adhered well to the body. And now other cameras used real leather, some used leatherette, some actually used vinyl, okay, vinyl material. And of course, it's funny that some old vintage cameras, they've been retrofitted. You've seen them retrofitted with like alligator skin, snake skin.
Ostrich.
Yeah, they add a little bling factor to these old cameras. And then when you get into like the real old ones, the box cameras, or the plate cameras, some of those, they're like totally redoing the whole body with like eucalyptus wood and all these fancy woods that you could get. So putting all the mechanicals, in them, but changing the whole body to like, and then they're selling them for a pretty good ching, because they look really cool, because the wood is like all polyurethane, looks really nice and beautiful. But it's interesting what has happened with the skins or what you put on camera bodies over the years. One of the first multi-element camera lenses was the Tessar lens, which had 4 elements in it, invented by Paul Rudolph in 1902. So believe it or not, I mean, when you can look at a lot of cameras from the 1900s, and you had one lens element in the front, and you had one lens element in the back, or a single lens element, So to have one in 1902 that had 4 lens elements was pretty big deal back at that time point, or at that point in time. Let me speak. I'm getting tired at that point in time. Now, the most popular camera of the 1920s was the Kodak vest pocket camera, known as a VPK, which I actually showed you one last week for a different reason. This is a VPK that I talked about, the fact that it has this stylus that you could write information on the back of the film that would show up when the film got developed. But there were a whole series of these VPK cameras that were made. Some were pink in color, some were blue in color. They had all these different colored cameras that Kodak made, but they were very, very popular. They actually sold over 2 million of them prior to being discontinued in 1926. Now, in the 1930s, you had the Kodak 616 Junior folding camera that used 616 film. And in case you want to know what 616 film was, that was 63.5 millimeters wide versus 60 for the 120 film. So it was wider than the 120 film. Most 616 cameras, if you happen to buy one, a vintage camera that uses 616 film, you could get the 120 spools are shorter, but you can use 120 film because they got adapter kits that you could buy from these vintage camera stores that add spacers to the reels, for the film, and then they fit into the body, and you can shoot pictures with them. So it's like $20 from the kit. You can go to filmphotographystore.com and you could buy these spacers to convert your 120 to be able to go into a 616 style camera if you were ever to buy something like that. And
I gotta go.
Taking off. Okay, John.
We're gonna hook up with Wayne. I'm gonna meet up with Wayne and show him my plana.
Your plana.
Plana.
Have fun.
All right.
You let him touch it?
You gonna let him touch it?
I don't know. We'll see.
You got to charge a holding fee.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to hold it? There's a fee. You want to use it?
Don't be touching my plana.
Don't touch my plana.
Don't be touching my plana. All right, you guys.
See,
Take
John.
it easy.
Real.
Have a good one. The last blurb is the first camera sold was the Kodak.
Mhm.
Not that there weren't any other cameras beforehand, but the first camera sold was the Kodak, launched publicly in the summer of 1888. George Eastman received a patent for the camera's shutter and trademark for the Kodak name on September 4th of 1888. And that is it for Did You Know? So now you can impress your friends. If you're that desperate that you have to talk camera history to impress your friends, then you go ahead and knock yourself out. So I want to thank everybody on the panel tonight. I think we had a good time. We saw great stuff. From you guys on the panel and all you folks that are in the chat. And I just want to say thank you so much. Just fantastic images, really fantastic images. And I'll put up this reminder now that I updated. Okay. Next photo review, February 3rd. So you've got all this notice to send me images. You can start sending to me tomorrow. I don't care. I'll put them aside. I'll have them for the February 3rd photo review. So do not wait until the night of the show.
Exactly.
But anyway, so there you go. There's the date. Get them to me by 12 Eastern time, 12 p.m. Eastern time, the day before, which is Friday on February 2nd. And there's your file size 2048 on the long side. I'm a little forgiving with that, but try to do that if you can. Okay, Patches. Patches wants to call tonight as well. So, thanks, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. Fantastic show.
Yeah. Well, you guys and the folks in the chat make the show because I just think this is the best probably one of the, if not the best photo reviews that we've had ever. And definitely the most amount of images we've ever had. I'm not going to tell you not send me 80 for next month, but if you don't, I'm not going to cry about it, but send what you want to send and we will deal with it. And thank you so much. And we're going to take off. So guys, have a great night. You guys have any closing comments? You go right ahead.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
It's been great. It's I won't have any of my Aurora shots for the next one because I get home just before the meeting starts. So it'll be you won't see them until March. And hopefully we get some good nights with the Aurora out and it'll be cool, but well, and I will take along the Z8, so I'll find out how well it works in the cold because I'll keep out one camera at a time until it freezes. And I'll check.
Looking forward to your photos, Davis.
So am I. Yeah. I hope I'm successful, because the longest lens I'm taking is my 24-120. Everything else is going to be short and wide,
Exactly.
Anyway, and the rest to be primes, every one of them. So
have fun, and obviously, I always tell you to stay warm because I know that's a challenge. But if anybody is used to the cold by now, it's definitely you. You could probably go out there with Morton Hilmer there in the take pictures of polar bears and stuff, and you wouldn't even blink.
Well, I want to have at least my 800, if not longer.
Oh, you don't want to get a true macro shot of a polar bear close up?
Polar bears hunt people.
Yeah, yes, they do.
Yeah, and if you ever go to Churchill to see the polar bears, it's amazing the vehicles that they drive around in. Because where you're sitting, the undercarriage of the vehicle is at least 10 feet up.
Very good. All right.
Yep.
But everybody have a good one. We're going to end the stream now, and hopefully we see you next week. We appreciate